Good morning, friends, and welcome to Moton Live 2022. I'm Cameron Patterson, Executive Director here at the Robert Russell Moton Museum, and we're excited that you will spend the day with us as we commemorate the past, seize the moment, and pledge to Moton's future. At the heart of the Moton Museum, it is a story of citizen engagement and activism in a democratic society. We at the Moton Museum work to commemorate Prince Edward County's history as it relates to civil rights and education. We commemorate the story of the Moton student walkout that took place 71 years ago, along with the closing of the public school system here in Prince Edward County. We use this story to help inspire moments of engagement within our community. And we're excited that we will have the opportunity to highlight this history and to also highlight the present impact that Moton is making within our community. Moton Live is a moment for us to celebrate. It's a moment for us to sit back and have a little fun as you engage with segments throughout the day that tell our history, that tell our impact, and that make you laugh, and that just gets you excited about the possibility of helping to preserve this history. We have a lot in store for you today. We've got two wonderful keynote speakers, Dr. Hattie Washington, a former educator and vice president at Coppin State University. We have also as a keynote speaker, Deborah Douglas, who wrote the U.S. Civil Rights Trail Guide. She's an award-winning journalist and thought leader, and we're excited for both of them to share with you today. We also have an amazing lineup of panel discussions that focus on Moton's impact in the community, Moton's impact within the K-12 space, and Moton's impact amongst former student interns that have worked and volunteered here at the museum. So sit back. We're hoping that you'll be excited to engage with this content. And most importantly, we hope that you will pledge your support in a gift to Moton's future as we work to continue to tell this story, as we work to continue to create the dynamic programming that you have come to know and expect from the museum. Again, it's Moton Live 2022. We're so excited that you're gonna be with us today. We're looking forward to the day.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Leah Brown. I'm the Assistant Director for Education here at the Moton Museum. I'm thrilled to be with you today with our educators panel. Now, some of these educators have engaged with Moton in a couple different ways and facets, but it's really excited to be able to engage and see how Moton has impacted their work and their scholarship. This is our second annual Moton Live, their 24-hour fundraiser, so keep that in mind. And our focus really this year in 2022 is to say, Moton Live provides the opportunity to retell the Moton story, reflect upon its lessons through the modern lens, and to raise money that will enhance the museum's ability to share the story with audiences in the Commonwealth of Virginia and beyond. So we're thinking yesterday to move it forward. All right, guys, hello. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
I'll go. I'm Terrell Fleming. I'm the History and Social Science Specialist for Powhatan County Public Schools.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Bo Dickinson. I'm the Social Studies Supervisor for Rockingham County Public Schools up in the Central Valley.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm Diane Carter DeMayo, and I'm a history teacher at Gloucester High School here in the historic Tidewater region.
Beautiful. Well, thank you all so much for giving your time and sharing in this experience of Moton Live 2022 with us. Let's go ahead and get started with our first question. It's real basic, but it kind of gives you that open floor to get going. What was your first experience with the Moton Museum?
So I'll kind of go and start. I am a 2009 graduate of Longwood University. So when I was in college, going to Moton was just a part of some of your education courses. At some point you went, you were exposed to part of that exposure of going to Moton is realizing that there were people on campus who had experienced the years of school closure. And so it kind of put a different spin or impact on what I knew about the Brown v. Board of Education course, but then also seeing an actual impact on locals. And then I've since had experiences since I've been a teacher and most recently as an instructional specialist with students there.
I did the teacher training program this summer, and a elementary librarian who always finds great programs said, "You got to do this thing, got to check it out." And so we spent a week just being intellectually challenged and given great resources and meeting exciting people all over the state who were interested in communicating the Moton story to their students in effective ways. We tried out different teaching methods, and it was just lovely. So
My experience goes back a ways before. I think it was a museum, but it was not a museum in its current form as the Moton Museum. And I discovered the story. I'm embarrassed to say, as a a history undergrad and as a citizen of the Commonwealth of Virginia, that I grew up not knowing that this ever happened. And I guess that's why I'm so committed to including it in our curriculum, is to ensure that our students, generations from now, will all have learned this lesson and know that this history transpired and be inspired by it, but also confront the hard truths that it presents. And reflecting upon not just the strike, but the 13-year struggle, all the different chapters of the Moton story. I think read about it in the Taylor Branch book, where there was a chapter about Vernon Johns. And I'm looking up Farmville, Virginia, which I had been to as a child, and I was just amazed that I didn't know that these events had transpired or who Barbara Johns was. And then I was just, as a history teacher, deep dive into everything I could get my hands on, reading They Closed Their Schools and various other books that had been published previously that were then brought back into publication by the museum. But it was a Saturday where the museum was open till noon, I think, and there was the gallery space for still the classrooms. So it was really, it felt like a vacated building, a vacated school building. So it still had that kind of school feel to it. and it was really compelling. And I met a gentleman there who just happened to work for the county or the school division. He was coming in to check on something, and he was a person who was impacted by the school closures and imparted some of the stories. I think I had shared with him that I was ignorant of the story, and he wanted to, he was willing to share his own life story. And I'll never forget that.
Yeah, it's important that you bring that up. A lot of people don't know about this history. I have a vivid memory of being in the Moton Auditorium for the first time years ago now, and just saying, wait a minute, no, there's no way this was allowed to happen, but it was. And how that these legal changes affected a community that we still are dealing with today. And then going back to that community, wanting to preserve their history and their story. But you just mentioned about when walking into early Moton as a museum to it opened as a museum in 2001, but it was still a public school for Prince Edward County until the 1990s. And then our permanent galleries were brought in 2013. So vast changes in the same space since it was built in 1939. But it's interesting just to think about the number of people who walk through these halls and their stories and their perceptions and what their experience was here in Prince Edward County. So this is the next thing we're going to think about. How have you incorporated Moton into your classroom or into your school spaces? I know we talked a little bit about different programs, and just this summer with Diane, what content you came up with or thought about with the Teachers Institute?
Well, one thing that I've used in the past couple of weeks that was a Teachers Institute device was making historical markers where the children have to distill the essence of an important historical event into 150 words that can fit on a sign. And with this, I had them actually design a statue or a 3D thing that would go with it. But that was something we did that I thought was very, very useful.
I will say for us, we added it to, it was one of the, when we instituted our African American history course this year, it was one of our advertising features of we were going to have a field experience to Moton. It's something I had teachers participate, Diane, last year with you with the Teachers Institute. And kind of just for me, the story, again, it kind of, as I've evolved into my support role, realizing that this is something we need to do more of. And I have teachers who live in Prince Edward who have asked me about it when we talk about Virginia studies. So for us, I'm not as far as Bo, I think, probably in integrating it into our content, but we're as a division looking to make sure that this is a story that, as everybody says, the true history is told. This is the true history. And that you can, I was listening to a story from my uncle who we had for Black History Month, who grew up in Cumberland County, and talking about Reverend Griffin as his pastor between pastoring in Farmville and pastoring in Cumberland County. And I never knew that. And it was, we were able to share that connection to our whole high school community for Black History Month. So I feel like it's creeping ever so slightly, because it does change, takes time, but definitely in the right direction for us, of including it in our curriculum.
For me, I was just fortunate to be at a meeting of our local Rotary, and I was invited because they had 3 special guests, and they were Lacey Ward and Reverend Williams and Joan Johns Cobbs. And so I knew this story. I sat down and was there probably 45 minutes early, and in walks Joan Johns Cobbs and sits her down next to me just by chance. And I'm trying hard not to pepper her with questions because I knew who she was. I knew this whole story, and I was trying not to ruin her breakfast. And it evolved into a wonderful meeting, and she was very kind and shared the story, and we got to know each other. And so then I invited the 3 of them to come back, and speak to all 4 of our high schools. And we had a special assembly where they shared the Moton story. And I think that was the year that perhaps the museum had opened, I think, or had just opened. So then at lunch at that event on that day, Joan said, "This is great, but you need to take the students to the museum and walk the streets of Farmville and experience the community in person." And of course, I said, "Yes, ma'am." and she inspired me. She said, "This was a movement by students. Students should see the place where it unfolded. It happened in school. They're in a school." So that connection in my mind was, thinking not only in content in terms of telling the story, but also in terms of pedagogy and how do we tell that story and how do we engage students in it. And I wanted it not to be the traditional field trip experience, which tends to be a passive experience. It's just different that you're, outside of the confines of the classroom walls, but sometimes our field trips are still, I have to catch myself. I'm talking to kids and they're just listening. So we took inspiration from the story of Moton that said this should be a student-led field trip, the way that was a student-led movement. And kids should learn about how young people impacted the world in which they live. And they'll do that. They'll lead this field experience. So that's a program we've had for 5 years. It was put on hold by the pandemic. We look forward to renewing it this new year.
And even if you can't get there easily on a field trip, there are the beautiful resources at the MotonSchoolStory.org where kids can, go through the different galleries. One end of American history lesson that's been really effective that I'm going to incorporate in the new African American history course is watching the Barbara John story, right? And then listening to Amanda Gorham read at the inauguration and kind of drawing those parallels of outstanding young women.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Just to have the different ways to get at similar storyline or content.
And I will say this too, to kind of connect to Moton, is we had a local community member who was speaking up about resources at one of our school board meetings and mentioned the book, Something Should Be Done About Prince Edward County. And so for us we purchased the books with the intent of incorporating it into our first year of our course. But I know that is, more logistically challenging as there's more content than initially realized for us to cover. But for us, that too provides us with the resource that she was looking at. Oh, well, I can also, the same teacher, I can incorporate this conversation into my government class. And I think, as Bo mentioned, kind of as we start to think of a post-COVID education world, I think it'll provide some great opportunities to connect kids to Moton. And, we've looked at how to bring in those online programs into our classrooms this past year and in previous year, just because of the nature of education and what we can and can't do. And now to the resources that you guys have of being able to do tours of the museum, provide a nice, unique opportunity that wasn't there before.
We're trying to find a way to get as much information out as possible, as many different ways as possible. Like, I think about students that engage best by doing. We have tactile things to get at and literally construct a timeline of what was going on. And then we have a virtual program that covers everything's primary source based. So to kind of build those critical thinking skills along with introducing them to the world they live in to make a little bit more sense. Now, as a big old history nerd, as a historian, being able to say, we talk about civics, we talk about the Constitution constantly, and trying to make the legalese and the lived experience make sense because it's conflicting on most days. So being able to invite students here to have these confused conversations to make it make sense by digging in deep with these primary sources and engaging and asking the questions and sitting in the discomfort of it doesn't make sense, but it still happened. But why? To me, it's powerful to see the students be able to engage like that, to sit in the moment and just try to parse through, wait a minute, what's really going on here? What's actually happening?
Well, I know like when we just brought our students there for the field trip, you
Mhm.
know, something that sat with me, one thing that I didn't know about the whole experience is, you know, I didn't realize, you know, the bus accident that happened before. And that just kind of, you know, it makes me pause. One, because I think I went to school in Farmville, and as a part of the lived experience of being there for 4 years, seeing, oh my gosh, like these are places that these kids interacted with, you know, and seeing, you know, the pictures of the all white high school that was on the avenues. And I've been to the avenues and seen people on the avenues, and then in my mind comparing the facilities, and then juxtaposing that to, oh my gosh, we're literally here. I'm here at this institution of higher education, and this was happening while people were going to school to become teachers.
Mhm.
You know, like how amazing is that? And then, you know, like I said, listening to my uncle who his lived experience, that was never something that I thought I would have a connection to that community in that way. And he is of the age where that he would have experienced that, and he lived just a county over. And it's amazing to just see what a group of kids in one community would do in regards to their education, and the powerful impact that they can have. And hopefully for the kids that we brought, they could see that you can have that powerful impact of improving your community no matter where you are.
Mhm. Absolutely.
And that ties into the, 5 C's and the portrait of a graduate, and having, a direct impact on the quality of life in your community. I think that's inspiring and interesting to kids, as opposed to just hearing us talk history talk at them.
We had a presentation, and then the presentation got derailed, but it was for good reason. We're talking about local government. We're talking about the school board meetings. They're like, we can go to this? Well, yes, you can attend the school board meetings. You're an active agent in your community. Barbara Johns was 16. Look at what she and the other strike committee accomplished. Got the ball rolling here. And I want to have students know that you are an active agent. You're a citizen in your own community, what that looks like and what that means, how you can invest in your own spaces. And just thinking about Moton and the power of place. Being Moton Lab last year, it was the 70th anniversary of the strike. The four of us, well, we were on stage, 5 of us actually, the Moton staff, and then Justin Reed was over there as well. And we were just sitting in this moment of, oh my, she was here. And we all just hushed because tingly, because it happened right there. And it changed everything about the US because it leads to Brown v. Board. So, who knows what's going to happen when your students engage and know they're active agents in their own communities. Man. So, to go off that, what's the overall impact of Moton, like as an institution, as a resource? What do you guys think?
Well,
But
I was connecting with what you said, because I want students to know the history and the story, but I want them to identify with a young person that was their age, if we're talking high school kids, that left an impact on the country. And if you want to, sometimes high school kids get a little jaded and a little apathetic, and they feel that the world functions without them and that they can't have an impact. So not only is this inspiring to, of course, young ladies through the experience of Barbara Johns and students of color, but students generally, young people, adolescents can have an impact. And this is a 16-year-old young lady from rural Virginia that helped bring about one of the most landmark decisions in United States history. So the agency, I think the thread of agency and resilience is inspiring for young people, and it pushes back on some of their tendencies to be apathetic and jaded about the world.
It gives the hope of possibility. Like it's, who knows what's gonna happen, you know?
I read an article, it was not long, a lot of schools were impacted by the walkouts that happened after the shooting in Florida at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Mhm.
And I remember there was a Boston Globe article written by Skip Griffin that said, I've seen this transpire before, and I'm inspired by young people, having the agency to make their voices heard. And being written by him, that was pretty special given his perspective, and being himself a namesake in a Supreme Court decision, a lead plaintiff.
Right, being the son of Reverend L. Francis Griffin, who was the NAACP representative here, also a minister at First Baptist. I've heard him described like he was a shepherd, depending on if Reverend Williams is telling the story. And then the fighting preacher, that was another one of his nomers, which that checks for Reverend Griffin. And his impact in the community and how that affected his children. Yeah, this time is not real anymore, but I know we did a Griffin Day program and his children talked about their experience with their dad. So again, another resource of the continuity and impact of Moton and the families that were here, because this is a community story with a national impact.
Well, I think when you say like a community story, it is like, as I think about it, like I said, seeing Reverend Williams, I mean, I could see him on campus, and if you didn't go to Moton, you wouldn't know why. I mean, he just came there to eat, but I mean, like the connection of this is somebody in the community who was affected, or whoever, I can't remember her name, and she worked in our ed food services, and she would check the cards, but I found out later that she was part of the group that she lost her education, and then to think of the challenges that you would face of, you have somebody in your family who they at 5 years old, yeah, they would go to school, but at 10, would they go back? Or if you're 15, would you go back at 20? And how that affects your family. And I just think of that too as a first generation college grad, and knowing my family's educational history, the challenge that could have presented for my family. I can't even imagine when you have a whole community that has to deal with that same thing. You have people that have to come up and be, very innovative in how they approach and move their lives forward. And I just think being able to see that and connecting that, if kids are able to go, to me should show that anything is possible, and to not be, let alone let your circumstances prevent you from success. So.
To me, it's always powerful when we have some of our storytellers engage with their students. Miss Rita Odo Mosley, we always know she's going to be willing to share, because I understand that it is a gift when the storytellers tell their history, this traumatic experience they lived through as kids with the community and school students. And part of it is like, you want the kids to know, like, this is one person's experience. This is how they overcame it, dealt with it, how they process what was done to them. We talk about the school closings here, because Prince Edward County didn't have any public schools from 1959 to 1964. And that affected everyone in this community, white students and Black students the same. Well, not the same, definitely not the same, but they affected white and Black students. So everyone that was here in this community was impacted. And the ripple effect of how we deal with that today. I know at Moton Magazine, we're working on our 5th volume now, and that kind of helps how people who survived this history, how they process it, how they haven't processed it, and then the different conversations just about their lived experience and how students engage with that. Super meaningful.
And I think I'm in a majority white district. And so I think white kids who've heard of the story, and not everybody has, are like, oh, well, that really was unfortunate for Black people. But when they learn that, if your parents weren't rich enough to send you to the academy, then you were in the same pail of hurt. They're like, oh, this is relevant. Another thing that I've been thinking about all day, I watched a documentary I was showing on Reconstruction.
Mm.
And the idea that if people didn't want to come together, they wouldn't have had to fight so hard against it, right? That all these extreme responses to Black and white, male and female, all these extreme responses to people working together and forming communities are because people really want to do it. They need to do it. And the extremity of the response is in proportion to the need that we express to be brothers and sisters.
You think about like the social hierarchy that was in the US, because we cannot get away from the origins of the US history, because it set kind of like the framework in place and the resistance, the consistent resistance against those frameworks. It's important to note because it still continues even today, how people are trying to, again, make these connections to see and expand who's part of their community. Like, I'm new to Prince Edward County. So I'm kind of like, hey, hi, welcome, please be nice to me being new here. But I'm part of various different communities already in this one county. So different aspects and different worlds and how they blend together is important. All right. So, although, I just thought about, you had one of your former students come and visit, and she was sharing about participating in the Rockingham experience and how that it just shaped her education opportunities, because she's here in Longwood, obviously. But she was sharing that she was eating a meal with Reverend Williams and just being like, he's here. Like, it's cool to see him in person. Because part of the project, they do research and then they come present here in Farmville.
That's correct. And Reverend Williams has come every year.
Perfect.
So they've met him previously.
And it's cool to see how students are still engaging with history work, how that active history versus we're just going to read a paragraph and then see what goes from there. Because it definitely has a lasting effect. Like, she remembered and wanted to share. We talked about it for about 30 minutes, what her experience was like doing that project, and then how that has shaped her just scholarship. So I wanted to make sure I shared that.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to share with us about just Moton in general, or just Moton's impact on just you yourselves?
Well, I think about you have it connected to larger stories, kind of like I think Bo mentioned, connecting it to what happened down in Florida, but then also it prompted me to research more of what happened in the state of Virginia. And then also in my local community, what was our response? And even though we didn't have the student walkout, but just some of the things that had to happen. And we have members of our community that, and I think probably we could find this everywhere, who have stories to tell about that time in American history and how important it is to do that. Like one of our local community members who had, I don't want to say her experience was similar, but would have been for that post integration. She wrote a book about being the first African American woman or student to graduate from our local high school, and how that was. But I imagine just thinking about what are the members of Farmville and Prince Edward County, what that experience would have been like for them, especially, like I said, coming back after years of not going to school, and now you're in school, you're also in an integrated school, and the challenges of that brings about. I kind of every time I think of integration, I think of the Ruby Bridges photographs that are posted everywhere, and just how to get a basic education in our country, how much certain people had to fight and what resources were used so that they could get that free basic education. And you have students who in Moton who were like, our education, it's not our education that's subpar, but it's our facilities and what we're dealing with. And just seeing the facilities just makes you, when I sit in and with our students and watch the video that you guys have most recently and imagine, 400 plus students in that space, coming off COVID, I shudder. Like I can't imagine putting that many students in a facility like that and thinking that that's okay. Like my mind right now goes to as I do things for our division, like is this really okay? Are we in that space where we can do certain things? And just imagining 400 kids coming together and then being able to do it under the guise of really not communicating with their teachers, like how important they must have felt for that not to be something that was communicated with an adult, a trusted adult in that building, who we know, like those trusted adults were trusted adults and members of the community that their parents would see and know because they lived in that community. So it just made me, it makes me think so much about how important it is that that happened in that community and how people could make that change and just kind of like I said, comparing it to there's a story somewhere all around Virginia that to me just kind of connects back to we have a group of students who want to recognize that their conditions are unfair.
And the resilience, every time people start to whine about, oh, we've had 2 years of learning loss. I'm like, yeah, but they shut down your schools for 5 years. People have been working to get information and education and interaction to kids through this whole COVID pandemic. But what must it have been like to come back to school after the whole thing was shut down and to try to restart all those procedures and patterns and traditions? And you've got this new context. You've got, you've had to fight a court battle to get it to happen. How hard must those people have worked and how much they must have valued education for themselves and for their children to make that at all doable?
Well, I mean, like you kind of bring up the point of restarting procedures, and I think when I was at Moton and looking at how do you get people even just to come back here and teach. And I think of in our current context of we are in probably moving towards that teacher deficit in America. And even just thinking of how do you get people to come to a place that hasn't had education for years, and are they even sure they're going to get paid? And a time when that's of the utmost importance. And that I think is something to think about with the resilience is the resilience of the educators who decided to come back and work with students, not only through the closure but when schools reopen, and how important they were to those students.
Rel, your previous comments about touching on how this is symbolic, it tells a national story through the lens of a very local story, and in that way gives the power of emotion and drama and personalities, and you get more of a narrative and that concept of scale shifting, right? Of looking at history, national history, through the lens of a local story. That's what spoke to me initially, I think, about Moton. It was one of the facets of the story that I found so compelling. And because then I was meeting people that were a part of the story, it became very real for me personally. And I was thinking that would have power for students as well. But then that compelled us to look locally, because Brown obviously affects every community across the country. And what you were kind of talking about made me reflect on the fact that this inspired students here to ask, who are the first students to integrate, to desegregate our high school, and when did that happen? And we were students in our Farmville program that then started doing some research and found out who that was. And the power of this story, it was just like it was meant to happen. It was the Yule family was one of the um, a handful of students in 1965 that came to Rockingham County Public Schools and were the first persons of color to walk through those schoolhouse doors. They came here from Farmville and Prince Edward County because of the school closures that had happened. They were refugees of massive resistance, and their mother, Margaret Yule, Lucille Yule, was from this community originally. So they came back here to seek education. And then we found out that their father was an educator. So he had lost his job as a result of massive resistance. And that obviously compelled us to ask the question, well, what school did he work for? He was assistant principal at Moton High School. His name was Samuel Yule. The closed doors in Prince Edward forced them open in my community. And it was because of these events. And we would have never known that story because of students and young people asking questions. Not anything I put in a PowerPoint slide, but for kids and curiosity.
That is incredible. There's so many moving parts. So like, Bo, what was your response when that happened in real time?
My mouth was open.
Right.
I didn't know what to say. This blew my mind. And then we made a documentary film. We invited the Yule family in and interviewed them about their experiences. Okay. And they're good friends to this day. They come to our program. They came to one of our Farmville tour guides experiences, and they said this was something that we barely remember as kids. Some of them didn't remember at all because they were too young. But that was powerful.
Absolutely. You think about how the impact of the school closings here, how that affected Prince Edward community and then the surrounding counties. Never would have thought Rockingham would have been impacted as well. So that's super cool to see the 6 degrees of separation in these conversations that we have. Oh my goodness, man. And then like, it really reinforces the power of oral histories and having these interviews and conversations. The urgency is there because time is short. It is what it is. So being able to sit and ask someone to share their story and then record it and have it for later use, like whether we transcribe them, also just have them at the ready, and the power of hearing someone's voice to have that capability. In our galleries now, we have in Gallery 5, there's an interview with Reverend Griffin, and like to hear him just start talking, like, okay, you're a real person, aren't you? You're not just the person in the photographs. And it helps give the full humanity, the full person that he was. So, wow, I'm glad you guys got to capture those interviews because that's tremendous. Man. All right, guys, do we have any final thoughts for our educator panel about Moton?
Y'all come.
I
It's
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I think it's if you can make the trip, it's worth it just because I think it'll spark conversation and curiosity back into your own community and really see how, this community does connect. And as Bo mentioned, kind of that scale shift of, looking at something nationally, locally, you can start to examine what was done in your community, and what connection people have. I mean, I know it does for me. So.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. And for our viewers out there, thank you for giving your time to us to check in on the educator panel for Moton Live 2022. And don't forget to donate if you can. Thank you so much.
My name is Andrew Jones, and as you can see, I'm a Black artist. I like to think that and as you can see, I'm a Black artist. I like to think that I've been an artist since I was a child. I always just liked the idea of drawing things. Like some of my favorite animated series when I was younger, at the end of the episodes or on certain like special occasions, it would always have like drawing tutorials of the character. And so I would always just like to see if I could do it myself. And like from there, I would progressively just draw like favorite characters. And when I got to college, that's when I started to get more into painting. I mainly do paintings, but I guess like my thought process, it's more so that think of like creating art as like creating a whole new like reality in a sense. And it's like with like any artwork that I make, it's like I'm in control of what exists there. Whenever I make artwork, I always strive for the artwork to invoke the sense of like one of three things. Either be inspiring, something that can uplift us, to be unapologetic, meaning that whatever I make, it's like it's no hold barred. Like I'm not missing my words. What I say is what I mean. And the third thing is I want it to be Black. I just want Black people to be seen and feel seen. As a Black person, especially recently, I've become a lot more aware of the impact of just seeing another Black face in a space or in a field that doesn't really, that may not feature as much, whether it be like in school settings or on TV shows. And so when it comes to art, I just like to see Black people in these different roles and in these different circumstances that I'm not used to seeing all the time. Kind of like creating the stuff that I would like to see. For me, the importance of Black-centered art is that it kind of gives me and the people that look at it, it almost gives them something to strive for in a sense, because it's just like whenever you see a Black person in a field that they're not normally represented in. Like you see them in these roles, and then you start to think that if they can do it, then I certainly can. And so with having Black people in my paintings and with the things that I'm able to create, it also shows that it's possible for other Black people to become an artist if they wanted to. I feel like just showing that they not only can they be represented, but they can be represented by someone like them. It opens the door for the possibilities of what may come. You can follow me on Instagram at art.by.aj. That's art.x.aj. And you can also follow me on TikTok as well at art.by.aj.
Black history is rich throughout the United States, with strong and courageous people who have impacted our modern day as we know it, whether it be through the implementing of new laws,
Darling, I want my gay rights now.
helping dismantle systematic racism,
Well, I'm not a nigga. I'm a man.
or by simply just being their awesome selves.
You ain't nothing but a hoe.
Like for one, did you know that a queer Black woman pioneered rock and roll and influenced artists like Elvis Presley? Well, on today's segment of Black Icons You Should Know More About, we'll be talking about the one and only Big Mama Thornton. Big Mama Thornton was born Willie Mae Thornton in Arlington, Alabama in 1926. Like many artists at the time, she was first introduced to music via the church. With her father being a Baptist minister and her mama a singer, Thornton couldn't hide away from the influence of music. In 1940, at the age of 12, Big Mama Thornton left home and joined Sammy Green's Hot Harlem Revue and recorded her first song, Real Ugly Woman. It wasn't long after this that people started to claim her as the new Bessie Smith. In 1948, she really began her career with her move to Houston and singing a deal with Peacock Records, where she produced her first hit, Hard Times, in 1952. Not long after that, the blues singer released her most well-known track, Hound Dog. Hound Dog topped the R&B chart for 7 weeks and sold over 2 million copies nationwide. Although she received acclaim, she only garnered about $500, and the song became more popular and known when Elvis Presley did a recording of it. As the rock sound became more popular, Big Mama Thornton moved to San Francisco in the late 1950s and performed without a label. But in the 1960s, she collaborated with other blues icons such as Muddy Waters and Sam Lawton Hopkins on the song Ball and Chain.
Whoa, I was looking out at me. Sit by my window, Lord, looking out at me.
She was also a regular feature at the Monterey Jazz Festival in San Francisco and American Folk Blues Festival in Europe. In 1968, she was inducted into the Blues Music Hall of Fame, yet due to racial segregation, Thornton has been prevented from recognition that she most definitely deserves. And due to years of heavy drinking, her health started to deteriorate. Her final act of dedication to the blues was in 1983, where she performed at Newport Jazz Festival with artists such as Muddy Waters, B.B. King, and Lloyd Glenn. Producing a final album, The Blues, A Real Summit Meeting. In 1984, on July 25th in LA, Willie Mae Big Mama Thornton died of a heart attack. Big Mama Thornton subverted the role of Black woman during her career, not caring what anybody said or did and focused on her own thing. She was as real could get and never wanted to sing pretty. She once said, "My singing comes from my experience, my own experience, and I can't read music, but I know when I'm singing, I don't sing like nobody but myself." Sadly, in her time of living, she didn't get the acclaim that she deserved. But that doesn't mean that she is still not an icon and a force to be reckoned with. And that's why she's a Black icon you should know more about.
Good morning. I'm Hattie Washington, and I am just delighted to be one of the speakers today on this very special occasion, the 71st anniversary of the Moton strike and your live giving campaign. And it's so interesting and historic with this museum to have the history that it has. And we need to tell the world the Moton story. And I'm just delighted to be here to help do that. If you can see the sign here of the Moton Museum, when I did my book, Driven to Succeed, and came back down to Farmville after being away for almost 50 years since they closed the schools in Virginia, and then coming back to do my book. So if you look at education, why was education so important to us, and particularly us in Prince Edward County? And to me in particular, because my father sent me away to get an education, and I didn't understand then the whole notion of racism. But he felt that education was going to be the key. So therefore, we're going to talk about the why of education, the what of education, where of education, when of education, and how to get your education and to be driven to succeed. Now, in terms of the why was education important to my father, who was a businessman in Prince Edward County before they closed the schools, when I saw that tear in his eye, when he sent me to Norfolk, and I didn't understand why he was sending me away, but he had that tear in his eye. And he said, education is very important, sister. My nickname was Sister. Education is going to be the key to your success. Education will be the key to our success. And at the time, I didn't understand what he meant by education is going to be the key to our success, to my success. And then as I thought about it over the years and what happened in Prince Edward County, the strike, first of all, that took place in 1951, which is why Moton is celebrating 71 years when that happened, 71 years ago that happened. What is the impetus for the motivation of getting an education? You think about that. If we had not gone away, if I had not gone away, one thing to another, who knows whether we would have been motivated as much. So sometimes when negative things happen in your life and you look back and you reflect back, that was the impetus for your motivation. And then you look at how you can be driven to succeed in varied parts of the country. Some people need motivation. Some people are self-driven. In my book that I talk about being driven to succeed, this book talks about my life and the inspiration to not only move away, stay with strangers, to finish high school. That was my goal then. That was my father's goal, was to just finish high school. And so you had to be driven to succeed. And so look at the keys to your success. I was the first generation college grad in the whole family. By being displaced, sent away, and as it turned out, I ended up going to college. Didn't know I was going to college, but I did so well in high school. I was the first generation college students. But through it all, the key to your success, you have to have faith, your family, and just know you have favor with God. And that's one of the things. My father was a deacon in the church. He was a Mason, and he was very active with the NAACP, and he had faith, and family was everything to him. And then he felt that he had favor with God, and all of us had favor with God. So if you look at the key to your success, whether you're the first in your home, in your family to get a high school diploma, whether you're the first generation in the college, just know you got to keep your faith, recognize your family, and have favor with God. Recognize your favor with God. It's very important for the impetus for your motivation. And as I look back at the strike at the R.R. Moton High School on April the 23rd, 1951, that's 71 years ago, as I just said. And it was the catalyst for the Brown versus the Board of Education. And one of the reasons they closed the schools in 1959 was because they didn't want to integrate the schools. And rather than to integrate the schools, they just closed the schools down. And so if you look at what's happened across the country now, with laws being passed on a local level that are maybe unconstitutional or what have you, but there was a law passed to say it's okay to close schools because Virginia didn't want to adhere to the Brown versus Board of Education, where you had to integrate schools. And then my two-room segregated school, Levi Elementary School, closed in 1959. And that's my school there, a two-room elementary school, Levi Elementary School in Green Bay. And it closed in 1959, and I was in the 5th grade. So when I was sent away to Norfolk, I was in the 5th grade. And can you imagine going from a two-room schoolhouse where Mrs. Brown taught grades kindergarten through 4th grade, and Mr. White taught grades 5th through 8th. And so as a teacher, a professor at the university, and I'm teaching teachers how to teach. And one of my students said to me one day, Dr. Washington, if all of my students were on the same grade level, I could do very well, but they're all on different grade levels. I said, what grade are you teaching? I'm teaching 4th grade, but they're all on different grade levels. Some on the 3rd grade, some on the 5th grade. I said, can you imagine teaching in a two-room schoolhouse? And one teacher taught kindergarten through 4th grade. How do you think she did that? Oh my goodness, I don't know how she did that. Well, if you're a great teacher, you may get the 4th graders to teach the 2nd graders. The 3rd graders can teach the 1st graders, and the 2nd graders can teach the kindergarten. Once you learn something, you teach someone else, and when you teach someone else, it's reinforcing the knowledge to you. And Mrs. Brown, as I talk about everything I learned as a teacher, I learned at that two-room schoolhouse with Mrs. Brown teaching all those classes. And if you look at the what of education, the Bible says, study to show thyself approved. So if you're going to get a good education, you got to be motivated. You got to be self-driven to study. You can't just pray and Lord help me with this test and don't study. Your prayer without work is in vain. Faith without work is in vain. So you got to study to show yourself approved. And when you do that, it says, have faith, be prepared when, not if, your opportunity will come. So if you're not prepared, when your opportunity comes, then you're not prepared. You sit around and say, well, they're not going to hire me because I'm Black. They're not going to hire me because I'm a female. They're not going to hire me because. If you're not prepared, when they come for you or there's an opportunity, then you won't get it. So be prepared. Look at the new justice, Katanya Brown Jackson. They couldn't touch her credentials. She was 3 times the qualified than anybody else. But if she were not, then they would find any excuse, as they did anyway, to make sure that you don't get the job. And I tell people, I don't care if you're polka dot. If people need your skills and people need your knowledge, they're going to hire you. They may not like you. They may not be a racist, but if you can benefit their company, benefit what they are about, which is about making money, you can benefit, then they're going to hire you. So study, read books, be intelligent. Every one of my foster boys, I had to open a foster boys home for foster boys. Every one of my boys had to read a book a week. And they had to do a book report in 2 minutes. And I have a template. And I did the same thing for my two daughters. You see my two daughters, one on the left is a physician, and the one on the right is an attorney. And they used to complain, why we got to read a book a week? We're the only ones we know that to read a book a week. Why do we got to learn all these vocabulary words? I had a set of vocabulary words called 3,000 words every CEO should know. And they learned 50 of those 3,000 words every week from 6th grade all the way through. And when my daughter got ready to go to law school and took the LSAT, she made one of the highest scores. And she said, Mom, it was all vocabulary. So if you didn't know what A is to B, then you won't know what C is to D, because it's analogy. And most of it is vocabulary. So I said, oh, now you thank me, huh? She said, well, I knew those words. I said, you see, study and show yourself approved. And my foster boys, if you see them here, they're supposed to have behavior problems, and they're supposed to have learning problems. Every year we had a fundraiser just like we have in today for the Moton Museum. And they would dress up in a tuxedo, and most of them never had a suit on before they came to Unhattie's place. And look at them. Can you tell who's special ed and who's not? Because I tell them, I don't have behavior problems. This is the way we're going to act, and this is the way you're going to be, and that's what it is in terms of being prepared. And you look at, where does education take you? If you look at, and I thank God for the accomplishment, no brag, it's just a matter of motivation. From a 2-room segregated school in Levi Elementary School in Prince Edward County, Virginia, to being the first female vice president of Coppin State University. And I just got selected for the 2022 Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. And that's going to be presented on April the 30th in the Hamptons at what is called the Royal Gold Ball. Now, look at what happens when you study and show yourself approved, have your family to support you, and have favor with God. So that's taking place. But you see, I'm the only female here with a picture of other male men vice presidents, and I'm the first female in the whole history of Coppin State, and that's 100 years at that time. And you look at, how do you be successful? And I call it my 10 commands for education success. You take the word education, and you first of all strive for excellence in everything you do. Don't go for mediocrity, don't go for C's. You strive for A's in everything you do. Be dedicated. Be dedicated to your education. Just the way those people were dedicated to our Moton High School, they were determined to get a new building. But look what happened as a result of their dedication. You got to be unique. Don't say, well, I'm Black, I'm a female. Yes, yes, yes. But you are a unique. God only made one of you. So you never make any excuses for being who you are. Don't try to be somebody else. Just be all of what God made you to be. Be committed to your education. Be competent for your education. Be confident. All of these things are important in order to have your education success. Have aspirations. Step out there. Be bold. You says, well, if it don't fit, don't break it if it's not fixed. Well, if it's not broken, sometimes you got to break it so that you can refix it. Because if it hasn't worked in the past, why do you think it's going to work now? Be a thinker. Don't go along to get along. Everybody doing it this way and everybody knows not working. Be a thinker. Think for yourself. Don't tell somebody, well, everybody's smoking, everybody doing drugs, and you say, well, not this one, so everybody's not. So I'm not taking drugs. I'm not smoking. I'm not drinking. So be your own thinker. Integrity. Let your word be your bond. When you say something, mean it, and you do what you say you're going to do. When people say you said it, then they know you're going to do it. I used to tell my daughters, if the teacher said you did something and you said you didn't, I'm going to believe you. But don't let me find out that you telling me an untruth, because you don't want to know what's going to happen. So when you say you didn't do it, I'm going to believe you. And so many times I think, well, yeah, well, I didn't do, well, wait a minute, get it straight. They tell me the truth. And so you have integrity and you teach your kids to do the same thing. Opportunities in education, if you are prepared, as I said before, and you know your stuff, you got some skills, you got some culture, you can speak the King's English, your opportunities are going to come. And don't take everything that comes along, just wait on the right opportunity, because God got you. And never, ever give up. You can't give up in life. You can't get depressed and pessimistic. You got to have that optimistic, positive bent on life. And I said there are 10. The last one is remember the Trinity. And these are my Trinity. Keep your faith, be prayerful, and be praiseworthy. It's one thing to keep the faith and don't ever pray. God just not going to assume you want his blessings. You got to be prayerful. And then you got to praise him and thank him for what he did for you. That's very important for you to be successful. So how to be driven to succeed? First of all, you got to believe in yourself, have confidence. You got to be willing to work hard in order to achieve and succeed. And this is my logo for my Driven to Succeed. You see me with the t-shirt on here, Driven to Succeed. So if you don't believe in yourself to be self-driven, sometimes you need all kinds of signs and paraphernalia to remind you to be driven to succeed. So I got these logos on hats, on t-shirts, on exercise pants. One of my followers took the Driven to Succeed, and she lost 100 pounds because she believed that she could do it. And she doesn't go to a workout until she wears one of these t-shirts, I'm driven to succeed. And so that's very, very important to believe it. And you take the word driven, you got to be dedicated, resourceful. I talked about integrity. You got to have your own vision. What do you want to be in life? You got to visualize it now. For my daughter was a physician, and before she got to high school, got in medical school, I got her a sign that says, Sherelle A. Washington, MD. And she said, Ma, I'm on the first year of medical school. I said, but you're going to be a doctor, so put this sign up there and look at it. So you got to visualize it. My other daughter in law school got business cards for her. Cheryl Washington, Esquire, to graduate May 1997. And this was like 1995. So she said, I don't know. Give those cards out to people so they know, hold you to it. So you got to have a vision. Then you got to put forth the effort. And as I said, never give up. That's very important. Now, in terms of being driven to succeed, I was literally driven to Norfolk by my father, because he said the school's going to be closed longer. And so you got to go to Norfolk and stay with a relative that I didn't even know. Never met her before. And so I was literally driven. And then psychologically, I was self-driven. When I saw that tear in my father's eye, he said, education is going to be your success, your key to success. I knew then I had to be self-driven. And I don't know if I was self-driven for myself at the time, or I wanted to please him, because I knew how he loved the family. In order to break the family up and send me to Norfolk and some went to Baltimore, he knew that education was going to be our key. So psychologically, I was self-driven at that time just to finish high school. And so what do you say to yourself? You got to talk to yourself if you're going to self-motivate you. You can't just wait for people to tell you who you are and whose you are. Yeah, I'm great. You got to say that. I'm smart. I'm nice. I'm blessed. And I'm thankful. And I used to have this up in my boys' home for my foster boys. They had to say, who are you? I'm great. I'm smart. I'm nice. I'm blessed. And I'm thankful. And one of them added, and I'm handsome. I said, yes, you're handsome, but you get a haircut every 2 weeks and so on. But what do you see what's happening? They have this more optimistic, positive view of themselves. And if you look at what has happened in the history of the Moton Museum, you want to know the history, you got to come to Farmville. You got to visit the Moton Museum. It is considered a historic landmark. It's part of history. The Brown versus Board of Education, even by the talking about it, even now, during the courts, even during the confirmation of justice, I said, going back to the Brown versus Board of Education. In fact, her mentor, Senator Motley, was one of the people that helped Thurgood Marshall with the Brown versus Board of Education. So the history of Moton Museum is rich. And if you haven't visited, you need to do so. I would encourage everybody to review the stories about the Moton Museum. You can go online at www.motonmuseum.org. And today is the giving day. April the 20th, please give your donations to the Moton Museum. And there's the website. So for 24 hours today, we are giving back. We are paying it forward so that the Moton Museum can remain. If we don't tell our own history, nobody else will tell our history. And some of the people that you need to know the story about, you got Barbara Johns, who was the one that led the strike in 1951. You got Joy Cabarrus Speaks, and I keep her in your prayers because she's not doing very well. She was one of the people, one of the students at the time. You got L. Wilner Allen, God bless her soul. She passed a few months ago, but she was one of those people as well. And these two people are in my book. I interviewed them, I had the honor to interview them for my book. And I have a word for word transcript in my book of Joy Cabarrus Speaks and L. Wilner Allen. Please get that book, Driven to Succeed. It's in the museum bookstore. And Reverend J. Samuel Williams Jr., he was very instrumental in taking me around, showing me all the landmarks and what have you. Just a wonderful gentleman, pastor of the Levi Baptist Church, my childhood church. And you have Bob Hamlin, who was also taking me around to show me different things. All these people were part of the R.R. Moton High School closure and other, many others, but I just wanted to point those out. So I'd like to give you a challenge today for the live giving campaign. If you can give any multiples of $71 in commemoration of the 71 years since the strike at R.R. Moton High School. If you can't give $71, any amount will be appreciated. Go to the website, www.motonmuseum.org, and you can click on donate. And I'm going to challenge, I'm going to give $710, which is 10 times $71 as a challenge. Because I tell you, if it weren't for the history of this town and this museum and what those brave young people did back in 1951, we wouldn't be where we are today. And I would not be able to enjoy the freedom and the opportunities that came with being able to realize my goals of being a doctor, a professor. My other daughter's an MD doctor, and the other daughter's a JD. So God has blessed me because, and in spite of some of the things that happened, the challenges and the odds, And I talk about it in my one book, Driven to Succeed. And you can get that from my website, www.drhnwashington.com. Or my cookbook is from all of the beautiful and delicious foods that we had in the country in Farmville. And everything was from the garden, fresh from the garden, cooked from scratch. And so I still have those recipes. So I've been sharing those with people, how to eat good food from the kitchen, from the South. That is absolutely beautiful. So again, please go back and give some money to the R.I. Moton High School, because I tell you, the history of this museum needs people to tell them what it is, how much we appreciate what they've done. So today, April the 20th, 2022, we're celebrating 71 years of the strike at Moton High School. And I know you're going to realize the importance of your education, the impetus for your education, as well as the keys to your education and how important it is to be driven to succeed. And thank you so very much. If you want me to come for book signings or speech or what have you, just go to my website, look at the wonderful things we're doing, and also get your paraphernalia, Driven to Succeed, from the Driven store. All of the proceeds from my books and my merchandise go to a scholarship fund for my foster boys and any foster child to go to college. And so the Lord has put that on my heart to give my proceeds for foster kids, because I felt I was a foster kid when my father sent me away to get my education. So I have an affinity for foster kids, and that's why for 22 years, I raised over 100 foster boys who were abused, neglected, and abandoned. And they're doing very well now, and I thank the Lord for that mission and that ministry. So again, pay it forward, give back, and give to the Moton Museum. And there's the www.motonmuseum.org. And thank you so much, Kanan, for this opportunity. Thank all the people involved with the Moton Museum. Thank Longwood University, who's a partner with the Longwood Museum. And there's anything I can do to promote this historic museum locally, nationally, and worldwide. I just think it's an unsung hero, and it's a hidden treasure that everybody ought to know about the Moton Museum. So again, thank you so much. And I hope you plan to visit the Moton Museum soon, and do give right away, donate to this 24-hour Live It Live Giving campaign today. You got 24 hours and it ends, I don't know what, but it's 24 hours today, only today. And we want to total up as much as we can. So again, thanks again, Kanan, and God bless all of the people who are supporters of the Moton Museum in Farmville, Virginia.
Talk about some of the major events in history where they started, but we never asked the question of what it was. So a place like Moton is important because this isn't just Black history, this is history. Well, the museum was inspired by Barbara Rose Johns, who led the student walkout. She led a student-led walkout, called an assembly right in the auditorium just to talk about what was going on because she had enough of everything going on. It just, you know, it wasn't equal. It wasn't equal to what the white schools had. And it was just downright disgusting to be here. So she did what she had to do. Then the state of Virginia practiced massive resistance. They just closed all the schools instead of giving Black students better schools. But later in the 60s, the Griffin Amendment was passed. And it allowed for schools to be integrated. months and all the schools would reopen up.
Moton is important to have because it talks a lot about Farmville history in ways that people kind of are uncomfortable to talk about, but it's something really important. It's a discussion that needs to be had. When I first moved in, I had heard about the Moton. I knew it was like a must-see thing. For me personally, the first time I came to the Moton was because there was an event here. So I think hosting events in the Moton is a great way to get people to come in and see, because I was here for the event and I was like, oh, while I'm here, I'll just walk around and look at everything. And then I was like, wow, there's so much here. I need to come back and like plan a day to look at everything. So I think that's really one great way. And then I would like to create a class about the history of Farmville, and I want to have on-site locations. So with that, people would come to the Moton for a day or two and look at everything.
I have been in town since 2006 and then started to use the museum for different projects and classes, even before the displays were done. So the Moton in the very beginning was an empty building that still had classrooms set up. That was a space really of dreams and intentions until it grew to have the kind of support that could necessitate a museum display like this. So I have really come to understand the Moton as sort of an educational hub. For me, it's a space and content that I bring into my classrooms, whether I'm teaching rhetorical criticism, for example. I brought students here to talk about how the displays use word and image and color and design in order to promote the message or various messages that they've gotten or a visitor would get. I have used it in my capstone general education classes to help students think about ways that they could support the community, understand the community, do activities or actions in the community.
I came here for a class. My political science class had a field trip here and we toured the museum. It was my first time seeing everything, and I'd never heard of Barbara Johns before touring the museum. So it was cool to see her process with the Brown versus Board of Education, all that stuff. That was really interesting. Especially living in Virginia and going to school in Farmville, it gives you an understanding of where we came from and where we're looking to go to. Because during that time period in the 50s and the 60s, there was obviously a lot of segregation and a lot of racism and discrimination against people of color and Black people. And when you see someone who's 16 years old, she couldn't even vote for who she wanted to be president or who she wanted mayor to be, but she was able to get students to stand behind her and realize that there was a problem and make a change for that problem. So this understanding that if I see something that's wrong, I can either sit idle and let it be wrong and don't say anything. I can acknowledge that it's wrong and don't do anything, or I can acknowledge that it's wrong and then do something.
Something that I learned from being at Moton is that life will always surprise you. It'll surprise you with opportunity, connections, as well as personal growth. And it is experience. Not experience in the terms of growing myself, but experience and understanding that life has happened. Many people were affected by it. My history with the Moton is a lot of my aunts and uncles went here. And during that school closings, I know quite a bit of them. After the schools were opened back up, you were grown men and grown women at that time. And how my family worked at that during that was everyone worked. You worked, you provided for the household, no matter how young you were and how old you were. And I know my older aunts and uncles and cousins were always pushing education for my time, when people for me in my age bracket in my family to go to school to get that education, because they know what it feels like to have it taken away instead of you just choosing not to go and be a little bit more educated.
I think there are so many ways to educate the student body about the Moton and the Moton's purpose and missions and things that they're trying to teach everyone about. Promoting students going and visiting, maybe on the New Lancer days, telling students and reinforcing that idea that the Moton is a must-see, something you should definitely go do before you graduate.
So at a predominantly white institution such as ours, it's important for us not to have separate spaces where we just go, and here's the African American literature, and sort of separate out those issues and drop them in a largely white agenda. What happens when they come here is that it is an educational space that they spend a number of days in, and it is seen as American history, not Black history. This is American history, not Farmville history, or not only Farmville history. It's community history that's part of American history. I'd love to see a course that's required of students to understand their backyard. So we call this place-based learning. And I think it's really important for students to understand the skills and the processes it takes to understand the environment that you're in, not just on campus, but that's around you. So Farmville and the Moton allows them to do that. But that also helps them explore the public memory that they have been a part of, maybe at home, or that they maybe need to help to write in terms of history because of the knowledge they have from their own home.
I feel like some more teachers should do what my professor did. Let us do field trips here as a class. I feel like clubs can do events there. I feel like having events there will bring more traffic, at least know about the building in that aspect, and hopefully we'll come back to learn more about the history.
I think that when most people think of the Moton, it's either, oh, I need to go there, or it's, oh, I went there and it was amazing and here is all the cool things that I saw, or people work here and they just love it. Something I love about the Moton Museum is the flow when you're walking through and how it advances with time as you're going through each room and how big the pictures are. It's just a really beautiful space.
I thought that's very personable. So it's not like a huge museum, but it's very small. But it's like you see like the desk and stuff, and like I feel like you really can kind of like feel that you were like kind of like in the classroom that Barbara Johns was in while you're walking through it, which is kind of cool because it's kind of like this is what Barbara Johns was kind of feeling at this moment.
Museums by nature are educational spaces, but we usually go and take a day to visit one. You'll go to Richmond and you will visit one and then you'll go out to lunch. But the importance for me as an educator is that we come here and see it at length. We inhabit this space. So we might spend a lot of time in that classroom really understanding then what educational spaces were 60, 70 years ago and what the citizens needed to do in order to make it better for all. So to me, this is more of a site of learning that I can use at any point and that I can have students inhabit for many different purposes and for longer periods of time. In other words, we don't just tour through, come out to the auditorium and we're done. We can spend more time talking about how this happened, how students reacted, what did it take to put together a committee that let us strike? What did it take to stand up to the legal maneuvers that were done by the county or different institutions to do what they wanted to do? So students need to see so many parts. We come in here many times to see all those different ways.
Something I love about the Moton is the fact that when people hear that there's a museum where you grew up or near, they instantly want to go, of wanting to come and just learn and understand what happened, but actually just to come to it because it's like, well, why not? Like, we're right there. So that sense of not thinking twice about it and just going, definitely having these conversations, bringing people and letting them know this isn't just a boring museum in the middle of a small town. No, this is a pivotal piece of history that did not affect just Blacks, but whites, Hispanics, Latinos, Asians, but people from different walks of life, races, and ethnicities. This is still a part of you. And to just actually come to a place where many walks of life of people have one thing in common. And for us to unite and understand that this one part that happened in history is very important and a piece of all of us.
And welcome back, folks. It's Moton Live 2022. Thanks to all of you that have been tuning in with us as we have shared a few panel discussions and a few segments so far this morning. I just want to thank everyone for the support that you have provided as we commemorate the past, seize the moment, and pledge to the future. And I just want to share with you that we've got some extremely exciting news. We have a donor, an anonymous donor that has shared a matching gift with the museum. a matching gift of $15,000. And that donor has told us that the first $15,000 that we raise for Moton Live will unlock that matching gift. So I hope you all will help us to rise to the moment and meet this match. Again, thank you all for your support. We're excited for the content that we will continue to share throughout the day, and I'll look forward to checking back in with you soon.
Hi, my name is Shane Short, and the poem I'll be reading is called Beautiful America. Beautiful America. We see you through time. We see you within the places. We see you on the streets of Philly. We see you on the streets of New York City. We see you in the streets of Richmond, Virginia. We see you in the people, multicultural, multiracial, multidimensional. We see you. We love you for what you are. Though, did we see you when you murdered George Floyd? Did we see you when you murdered Breonna Taylor? Do we see you when the police officers who are supposed to protect kill innocent Black people? Do we see you when there are gay people dying and can't afford health care? Do we see you on those streets where the homeless are hungry, tired, abandoned? We see them. We don't acknowledge them. We walk past them on the streets. We ignore their longing. We ignore their strength, their existence. We don't see them. We don't see the beauty within them. Oh, America, how beautiful. I wish one day we will see what you really are. My name is Shane Short. I am a poet, and the title of the poem is called Beautiful America. The poem I read today was ultimately about people. I think it's about the people who live in America. It sparked my mind a lot when I was walking the streets of New York, and I've never seen as many homeless people, but I also never saw as many diverse and multicultural people as well. And I think I wanted to write about like us praising America, but us also looking at the fact that we all have this idea of what America is supposed to look like. I think it's important simply because we have to acknowledge all types of life and backgrounds and all types of people. And we have to, as a society, acknowledge not just the things we want to see, but the things that we don't want to see, you have to stick to the truth. Poetry is one of the most complex, but yet easiest writing that came clear to me. It's harder to read in a way, but it's easier for me to write and to better understand. It's sort of important because I think it can tell a lot about culture and society, and I think it expresses a lot in a way that necessarily books or essays can't always do.
My name is Moton Falani, and this is my spoken word, The Untitled. Your fists may throw blows, but my lips can blow oh so sweet somethings into your own. My mind can form ties that your knots can't fly out of. My words will have you dropping down to your knees at any second and have you stressing over the epiphany that my time is your blessing. But here's a suggestion. Let go of that ego, try shoo fly more like mosquitoes, trying to sit me dry while you stand idly by while I just sigh like this Negro. And you still can't see that I'm strong where you're weak. Obviously a master at the things that you often admit defeat. I can change the course of history with every word that I speak. My rhymes will heal lives and don't let me get my sisters on the team. How many of you could understand? Have you been anything close to around? Everyone knows that the men always go when those women start to get down. Running our mouths, you men hit the ground. You dangle your worth by looking up at our skirts, and we surround your thirst with a few well-placed words. Simultaneously, our silence is a curse upon which you can't reverse. Oh, how could a thundering herd of men ever have been considered a superior species to the female? So you can keep hiding behind those force-fed lies if you want to. I will continue to change the world, with or without you. You have only survived here because this world was made for you. Might as well have been laid on a pretty silver plate for you. Told everyone was to wait for you. But if I need something, run straight to you. See, I am also taught to be afraid of you and yet somehow be a mate for you. So although I'll wipe a clean slate for you, I still have very little faith in you. You're standing on top of me like that's a pretty good weight for you. And yes, I've survived here, but only because I had no choice but to. There's strength in my eyes, too much for you guys, so you avert your eyes to my hips and my thighs so you can feel more comfortable about your mind's depleting size. You do this so you can look and pick through what parts of me you choose to use without too much to lose. And you avoid my eyes so you can try to deny your own insecurities. By ignoring my strengths, you're kind of going to great lengths to try and inflict them onto me. That's a pity. Because with that, you fail to see that my power comes from way too deep inside of me. And that's something that will always be worth more than you to me. My name is Moton Falani. I'm a spoken word artist, and I have a poem called Untitled. Untitled is about patriarchy and the toxic ways of patriarchy, how women over the years have been brought up to trust men, to see them as leaders, to see them as providers. However, they never really face any real obstacles in life. Everything that they have has been placed on a silver plate for them. It's been given to them without them actually having to work for things like women are. Especially, you know, in the Black community, how I feel as though Black men aren't really held accountable for kind of how the situation is lopsided. A lot of Black women, you know, are getting their degrees, you know, getting their education, hustling, working really hard, having really good jobs while also providing and maintaining for their family. But oftentimes Black women are shut down and expected to fall behind men in the Black community, without a question about it. But we've worked for what we've had. We showed throughout history and now that, we are the leaders, that we're capable of doing more than a lot of these men. So it really calls out that issue. It's definitely rooted in my family. Growing up, my mom was the breadwinner. My mom was the person who worked multiple jobs, made sure all of her kids went to college without having any debt, while at the same time trying to be a mother. And I saw how it ran her dry, where my father, yes, he was in my life, but not really pulling the weight that he should have as a father, and not just, the dynamic in my parents' relationship, but what I've seen from my friends' parents' relationships and just, men in the Black community growing up. And it kind of had me fed up as I got older. And it's like, why isn't anyone talking about this? Why am I expected to follow behind this man who hasn't even proved to me that he can be a leader for me? What can he do for me that I can't do for myself? Nothing. Poetry is important to me because it helps me say things that I can't really have, in a conversation. It helps me say things, in an artistic way than just a flat out straight sentence. I'm a person that likes to be different. I'm a person that likes to be their own individual and unique. And what better way to do that than spoken word, poetry? I don't have any published pieces. This is something I used to do spoken word a lot when I was in middle school, and I just started just now this semester to get it running up again. But you can follow me at @Mumu_Muslima. That is MU_MUSLIMAH on Instagram.
R&B is a staple of Western music, specifically in the Black African American community, being one of the most popular genres of music and used in countless rap and pop samples. But what exactly is the history of it, and how did it grow to be so popular today? R&B is short for rhythm and blues. And according to the Library of Congress, this phrase was invented in the 1940s. Before the 1940s, producers used the term race music as a way to market towards African Americans. Originally, R&B was influenced by gospel music with elements of African American jazz, swing, and of course, the blues. Over time, the meaning has kind of turned into a catch-all, now including elements of pop. R&B became mainstream in America around the end of World War II, aka the mid-20th century. R&B was appropriated by artists like Elvis Presley to be more palatable for white listeners. And although producers did this to create a greater market, this actually helped people pay attention to social issues like segregation, because now Black and white youths were listening and singing these songs together. And the public response was that this music was dangerous and a bad influence, but we all know that didn't work out. R&B was becoming extremely popular in America, and no one could ignore the social impact that it had created. Now that we understand the brief history of R&B, let's go into a true breakdown of it. So there's a difference between classic R&B and contemporary R&B. Classic R&B fits into that early history of the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, using elements that would later influence genres such as rock and roll and influencing bands like the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. This early set of R&B used guitar-based instruments backed with drums and double bass with a powerhouse vocalist. Now, contemporary R&B has a more keyboard-based instrumentation and synthesizers. Staples of this type of performance include Alicia Keys and John Legend. Another notable factor that these two artists use to their advantage is the incorporation of hip-hop. Bryson Tiller's album Trap Soul features a combination of hip-hop trap elements and R&B soul music. Contemporary R&B also makes room for more smooth and melismatic vocals, with versatility coming from artists like Mariah Carey, as well as upholding artists like Jasmine Sullivan and Erykah Badu. As stated earlier, R&B is one of the most dominant genres in the United States, growing in popularity since the late 20th century and early 21st century. And since 2017, it has become more popular than pop and rock and roll music. It should also be noted that in 2018, 10.6% of album consumptions in the United States were listed as R&B. So, with all that in mind, I'm wondering, do you know much about R&B? Well, I'll make it easy. Let's settle on the 2000s era and ask one of the most popular demographics of music consumption. Let's play Do College Kids Know 2000s R&B?
Hello, everyone. My name is Will Johnson. I am a senior communication studies digital media major.
Hi, I'm Jamila Cromartie. I'm a senior communication studies major with a concentration in digital media.
Hi, my name is Dylan McKercher, and I'm a Longwood alum. And last year, I was a content creator for the Moton Live.
Oh God, I like listening to, I feel like all genres. I specifically go more towards like R&B and hip hop and a little bit of soul, but typically I'm kind of broad.
I grew up on like Motown R&B, which played into my idea last year of having some R&B challenges along with Kanan. And I feel like last year came out really well, and I hope this year I can live up to the bar that was set last year.
I listen to a lot of music, not so much R&B as we are today, but a little more hip hop and stuff like that, but I'm excited.
So 2000s R&B was really one of my struggles. Like I'm really into 80s, like I said, 70s, 90s, and then jumped to like the 2010s. But the 2000s was really like a weak point for me. But my favorite musician of all time did release one album in the 2000s, and that's D'Angelo.
I might know more about 2000s R&B than 90s R&B. If you recognize me, I was on the show last year doing 90s R&B, and I had no idea about any of that. So hopefully I'll do a little better this time, but no promises.
You know, I know a little bit. I don't want to sit here and act like I'm an expert because I feel like I'm going to embarrass myself today. But my dad introduced me to a lot of 2000s R&B and R&B music in general. So if I get anything wrong, I'm going to blame him.
Ready as I'll ever be. Ready as I'll ever be.
I'm so ready.
Yeah, let's get started.
Oh Lord, I don't know this song.
Won't you come closer to me, baby?
Yeah, I have no idea. Really, I'm gonna be honest, no idea. It's okay.
I don't know. It sounds very familiar. I'm going to take a wild guess at the title, but I don't know the artist. But I'm going to say, How Does It Feel?
We started off with the GOAT himself. We got D'Angelo with Untitled, How Does It Feel?
How does it feel? Did I want to know?
Oh, isn't he from Richmond? Oh, man.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say D'Angelo because he's one that I know, and he's from Richmond, actually, I believe, or from the Richmond area. So I do know of him. He's a really good artist. Obviously, you know, Virginia artists are always good, and I like to support them. So, yeah, I've heard his name before, and I was gonna say it, but I was too scared to embarrass myself.
I mean, we started off with the GOAT himself, D'Angelo. Of course I was gonna get it right. And Untitled, How Does It Feel is my favorite song of all time.
I just love to hear you sing.
I know this song.
Good, baby. Tell me you depend on me. I need to hear it. I'm lost without you.
Lost without you.
Nope.
This is Lost by You by Robin Thicke.
Robin Thicke? That's Robin Thicke?
Yeah, I mean, Robin Thicke, he's a guy. He's a guy. He made some songs, some good ones, some not so good ones, but Lost Without You, that's an all-time classic.
Yeah, the only song I know by him is Blurred Lines. That's about it, and that's from like 2010s era. So. Okay, this is John Legend. I already know that voice.
Oh my God, I know this one too.
John Legend with some ordinary people.
No fairy tale conclusion, y'all. It gets more confusing every day.
I have no idea the song name, but I do know that it's John Legend.
Man, I only have one guess, so I'm like debating between two. Is it Ordinary People?
We're just ordinary people. We don't know.
All right. Well, there's half of a point, I guess. I'll take it. I'll take it. Hopefully I get this one in its entirety, but no promises again. I do know some artists, and I'm good at knowing artists, but song names I'm never good at. So hopefully I can recognize the voice and get a full point this time with my half point I already have. So.
With you, sometimes I love you.
Okay, I know this one right here. So I think this is some Alicia Keys right here. But the song name.
I know the artist. I've heard the song. Don't know the title.
Is that Beyonce?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do know the title.
Fallen. There we go. I had to be lame and wait for the hook, but you know, I can't be perfect with them all, you know.
So this is Fallen by Alicia Keys. Wow, am I like winning right now?
Yeah, now that you say Alicia Keys, I hear it. That is one I've heard though before. These other ones I've probably never heard, but that one I've heard before, but didn't know. Whatever. Oh, I've definitely heard this song before.
So this next one, she did make music in the 2000s, but this is up my wheelhouse. We got some Michael Jackson right here.
The artist is Michael Jackson. I could just tell from like the and stuff that he did at the end of each sentence.
I'm really struggling to remember what the name of this one was. That's not good for me.
Is it Rock My World? Let's go!
Oh, okay. I've never heard that song.
Like a lot of people, they do say like the 80s, 90s MJ was the peak of MJ, but this is one of those ones that people don't mention all the time.
I know that song for sure. I love that song. It's a rock and beat right there.
My favorite MJ song is a really hard question just because he has so many great things. I'm a huge Pretty Young Thing lover. Like that song, just on its own is great. And then all the samples that have come from that song just really elevate that song to the top of my favorite MJ songs.
I feel really good. I think I've only gotten like 2 things wrong, so really confident, feeling better.
So my confidence is a lot higher than I actually thought it would be going into this. I was like, 2000s is not my strong suit at all. But I mean, we had some D'Angelo, we had Robin Thicke, we had Michael Jackson. We've had a lot of people that I know and love, but I'm sure I'm about to come down to earth with these next few.
Not feeling too confident, honestly. And I'm definitely embarrassing myself big time. People are at home are probably screaming at me, like, how do you not know these songs? And all I gotta say is I'm sorry. I will be checking out all of them though and making sure I brush up some more on my 2000s R&B. I said the same thing for 90s R&B, and to be fair, I did listen to more 90s R&B after that. So hopefully I can keep my promise here.
Yeah. Baby, I just don't get it. Do you enjoy being hurt? I know you smell perfume.
Yeah, at first I thought this was Neo, but it's not Neo.
You don't believe his stories.
Usher. Only guess there.
This may be my first L right here.
You stick around, and I just don't know why. If I was your man, baby, you.
Is it Mario?
What I do, I be coming home.
Trey Songs. I don't know. He's 2010. I don't know.
Oof. Song name. Oh, geez. Show You?
Okay, so this is Let Me Love You by Mario.
Mario, just like the Nintendo character Mario. How did he get away with that?
You Should Let Me Love You. Okay. So I can't be perfect. I can't be Lou. Lou went 20 of 20 last year.
Why does everyone sound like Usher to me today? I don't know why.
So it's so sick. Okay, I'm gonna sing along. Is it Neo?
This is actually one of my favorite Neo songs of all time. Everyone goes to like Miss Independent, but So Sick. This has this nice groove to it. And it's so just like, it makes you feel so happy, even though it's kind of a sadder song. Like when you hear this, you can't help but like smile.
Neo. Okay, I do know Neo. So Sick of Love Songs. That's my guess for the title. I've heard that name before. Okay, that's fair.
The songs make me feel so sassy when I was younger.
I may.
This might be my first zero up two. I don't know. At least right now, I don't think I've heard this before.
This is Beyonce. It has to be.
I know this probably isn't right. So I'm gonna go with like Monica with Rights. Monica or like Janet Jackson.
So that is Spotlight by Jennifer Hudson.
I know Jennifer Hudson too. Didn't she play Aretha Franklin?
I know Jennifer Hudson for more of her like acting roles. I know Jennifer Hudson's a musician first, actor second, but like I'm just like that really shows just my blind side of 2000s R&B is Jennifer Hudson's one of those people who like I know in the back of my head, but like I hear her voice and I'm not able to pick up on her right away. But she is a legend, a trailblazer in her own set. Just I'm dumb.
This is not Beyonce, and I'm not gonna say it because I know it's not. Guess for the song name, Part of Me. No. We Belong Together. Okay, got that one.
Oh, Mariah Carey. We on together.
So that is We Belong Together by Mariah Carey.
Mariah Carey? Oh God, I should have known that. That's embarrassing. All I Want for Christmas Is You. That's the only song I know by her.
Why did that take me so long? See, that before Blinding Lights came out by The Weeknd, that was like the biggest song of all time on the charts. And it just took me all the way until like the last note to get it. I'm doing good.
I know. And to think before starting, I was like, I'm going to get all of these wrong. Like my dad's going to watch this and be like, how could you not know that? And I was going to just get flustered. But I feel really good right now.
I'm trying desperately, baby, just work with me.
See, behind the scenes, they just told me I wasn't going to get this one right, and I really wanted to prove them wrong. But as I'm hearing it, yeah, you might be right.
Teach Me. That's my guess for the song name. As far as artists, no idea. Voice to Men. Just go with that.
Show Me for the song title, at least to get a point.
I'm going to say the title is Show Me. No. Oh, man. And all this talk, I was just like, I'm so confident.
Yeah, 0 of 2.
Show me how to love. Show me the way to surrender my heart. Girl, I'm so lost. Teach me how to love.
Teach Me. Okay, well, I got the wrong part of the song title. I could have said Teach Me How to Love, but I went How to Love. Lou Jackson, I apologize. I know how much you love them. Got him wrong. So how do I feel? I feel like I did a lot better than I thought I would. I was expecting to come in here and get like a 12 out of 20, a 13 out of 20.
I feel really good.
I definitely feel a little defeated, but much better than I did after the 90s one. Definitely gonna have to go listen to more 2000s R&B, I think.
Music, that's something I love. I feel like I know a lot of it, but I always knew like 2000s R&B, even though R&B is my favorite genre, was a big blind spot for me. So I'm really happy with my performance.
Well, this was fun. I enjoyed it. Some good songs in there. I'll have to go check them all out. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I know that do not add much value, but you got to have somebody who sucks. So I think so.
My name is Aubrey Gray Watson, and I'm an artist. So, I've always just come from a family of creative people, and I have been drawing, painting, kind of exploring those more creative pursuits like as long as I can remember. I was at my greatest amount of creating artwork in high school, and then I graduated from high school, and then I stopped entirely, and I only recently picked it back up. So during high school and all the time prior, I did a lot of drawings, just like basic, like lead to paper. I never did anything like super snazzy or professional. It was always just a hobby. Whatever colored pencils I could get, like, oh, I have a marker, like metallic stuff. That was most of what I was doing. And then since I picked things up recently, I decided to try my hand at acrylic paint and just do a portraiture. So see, jump into the deep end, go big or go home. So mostly for me, I guess, I use art as kind of like a means of like expressing like myself in an emotional sense. So when I picked painting up again recently, one of the things that I wanted to tap into was like confronting my religious trauma and like mulling over my feelings about like relationships that I've had, specifically within those kind of communities that I was raised in. So I guess for me, it's a lot of like, I don't want to say anger, because it sounds very aggressive, but inherently negative emotions, I find, are the key to kind of like the kindling to the flame, if you will, of my creative process. And I've always considered myself a very forward-thinking person, very logical, even when I'm addressing my own emotions. And so when it came down to like the artwork and wanting to express like how I'm feeling through art, again, that was my method of confronting those feelings and those emotions. It's like I am taking what is oftentimes very hard to describe and explain to people, and I'm putting it on a canvas and creating an image out of it. And I'm like, this is how I'm feeling. I think emotions tend to be like these very like transient, like ephemeral type things that, feelings come and go all the time. And I think for me, like having artwork that I have poured those emotions into, I'm taking something that is normally very transient and I'm making it very tangible. It's something that I can like hold, I can look at, I can perceive, and I can do that on a very consistent basis. In a way, it's kind of like a snapshot into how I was feeling in that specific moment. And I'll always have that feeling and I'll always have it captured in that very specific way. And I think as far as like what that does for me in kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily a healing process so much as it is just like reminiscing and reflecting on those emotions, having it there and being able to like go back to it and go back and like look at it. It's really good to see where I am now in my mental space versus where I was then when I created it. I didn't know how I was going to get back into art, but I ultimately accepted that there was going to be no perfect way to do it, that it was not going to be this beautiful, seamless process for me. And so I think that if you're either looking to get into art or if you would consider yourself an artist and you haven't created for a very long time, don't be afraid just to jump back in. At the end of the day, you can't go backwards with your work. You can only ever improve. And so I would definitely say just to keep that in mind as you're going and you're putting out your work. You also don't have to share it with people. It can be exclusively for you. So yeah, I mean, your artwork is whatever you want to make of it. Don't be daunted by that. Yeah, so I post my art to one place and one place only, and that is on my Instagram. You can follow me at Mr. Winter. That's MisterWintr on Instagram. I put it all on my story reels. You're free to look at it there. Yes. Go and look at that. Go and check it out as I'm slowly putting out these pieces.
Black history is rich throughout the United States, with strong and courageous people who have impacted our modern day as we know it. Whether it be through the implementing of new laws,
Darling, I want my gay rights now!
helping dismantle systematic racism,
I'm not a nigga. I'm the man.
or by simply just being their awesome selves.
That the filthy reapers, to drink, to gamble, to do the many evil things that have ruined me.
Like for one, did you know that the son of a Kentucky slave helped pioneer the film industry and created his own film and book company? Well, on today's segment of Black Icons You Should Know About, we'll be talking about the first Black film director, Oscar Micheaux. Micheaux was born on January 2nd, 1884 in Metropolis, Illinois. Moving to Chicago at 17, he worked as a railroad baggage handler, and in 1906, he bought land in South Dakota. A creative through and through, in 1913, he began to write stories, and he published his first novel, The Conquest, the story of the Negro pioneer. But in 1915, he had some money troubles and lost his land. He then moved to Sioux City, Iowa, where he had his own publishing company. And in 1917, he rewrote The Conquest and published it as The Homesteader, selling it door to door to get notoriety. With his book growing popular, there was an African-American movie company that wanted to adapt The Homesteader. But the company didn't want Micheaux to direct it, nor could they reach an agreement on the budget. So the deal was dropped. This was a blessing in disguise, though, for Micheaux, as he turned his publishing company into Micheaux Film and Book Company, and sold stock to raise money to produce The Homesteader, which became the first feature-length movie made by an African American and was released in Chicago in 1919 to great success. Over his lifetime, he made 22 silent films and 15 talking pictures under his company, Micheaux Film and Book Company of Sioux City. His films were known for addressing the brutal reality of racism. He created the film Within Our Gates, which was a response to Birth of a Nation. 11 years later, he released Exile, which was the first full-length sound feature by Black Americans. His film, The Betrayal, released in 1948, was the first movie produced by a Black director and was released in front of an all-white audience in an all-white theater. Sadly, on March 25, 1951, Micheaux died in Charlotte, North Carolina, and was buried in Great Bend, Kansas, where his gravestone reads, "A man ahead of his time." Micheaux received commemoration for his work in 1986, where the Directors Guild of America posthumously awarded the Golden Jubilee Special Directorial Award. The following year, he was issued a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and then in 2010, the U.S. Postal Service issued a stamp to Micheaux. Micheaux lived up to being a man ahead of his time and paved the way for the future filmmakers, and that's why he is a Black icon that you should know more about.
Hey y'all, what's up? My name is Shanae, and this is LU Crash. We tour the dopest spots on Longwood campus. Right now, we're on the third floor of Upchurch at a place near and dear to my heart, the NH Scout Lounge. So come on, let's check it out.
Why do you love the NH Scout Lounge?
I love the NH Scout Lounge because as a student of color on this campus, it's important to have my safe space. I come here and I see more people who look like me, have my experiences, so it's nice to just have that friendly feeling at campus. Sometimes there's food here, there's always music playing, and it's always good people to meet.
What's the purpose of it?
The purpose of the NH Scout Lounge is a place for everyone to meet and come together, people who are just like you, and just have that moment of conversation, that free time, get involved, come up with new ideas. We love coming up with the craziest ideas already.
Can you show us your favorite spot in here?
Right over here. My favorite spot is this desk right here. I like it because I just feel all official and presidential just sitting right here. Can always see who's coming in next, give a nice friendly greeting.
Hey, my name is Quincy Garan, and I'm the Assistant Director of Leadership Development and Multicultural Affairs. So N.H. Scott is actually our first African-American graduate. She graduated in the class of 1972. And so we wanted to make sure that we had a space dedicated to her on our campus to recognize all that she contributed to our campus and what she symbolizes to our underrepresented students, but specifically our students of color, to make sure we have a safe space here on campus for those students and coming and finding a space to let their hair down.
Why should students hang out here?
Students should hang out here because it's the center of multicultural organizations here on campus. It's the center of love, the center of family, center of peace. It's a really fun place to let go and have a fun time when you're all stressed out at school. NH Scott Lounge, it's great people, great vibes, and sometimes even great snacks. Thanks, LU Crash, for coming in my spot. Hope to see y'all at NH Scott soon.
My friend feels their appointed duty. They keep trying to tell me all you want to do is use me. But my answer, yeah, to all that use me stuff. Yeah, now I wanna spread the news that if it feels this good getting used, or you just keep on using me until you use me up. Until you use me up. My sister, she sit me right down and she talked to me. She told me that I ought not let you just walk on me. And I'm sure she meant well. Oh, but when our talk was through, I said, sister, if you only knew, you wish that you was in my shoes. You just keep on using me until you use me up. Until you use me up. Sometimes, yeah, it's true, you really do abuse me. You get me in a crowd of helpless people, and then you act real rude to me. Oh, but oh, baby, 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 when you love me, I can't get a no. Said now I wanna spread the news that if it feels this good getting used, or you just keep on using me until you use me up. Until you use me up. Until you use me up. Talking about you using me, but it all depends on what you do. It ain't too bad the way you're using me, 'cause I sure am using you to do the thing you do. To do the thing you do. To do the thing you do. To do the thing you do.
And I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose.
I know this. So I'm gonna tell you, I know this song, but I'm not too sure of the artist.
Wow. I'm so upset.
I'm so excited.
Is it okay? I cannot think. I already, once you say the person, I'm gonna be like, wow. I think the song name is just Excited.
I know I'm gonna kick myself in the head when I hear the artist name.
The Pointer Sisters? I'm so excited. I told you I was getting the next one right.
I was gonna say I'm so excited.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that.
I definitely know the song though. You make me. I know this song.
Dang, I know this song and I love it too.
Oh my goodness.
Love Come Down.
I cannot think of the person, but is it the song name You Just Make My Love Come Down? Like You Make My Love Come Down?
Tina Turner.
Love Come Down by Evelyn King.
Wow, yeah, I wouldn't have guessed it, but I know the song.
Sorry, Miss King. I love the song. Love it. My bad.
Yeah. I know the remix. They got a new remix. It's like a big dance thing up north in Jersey and New York. But they remixed that song and I like to play it sometimes. It's a very hype song.
Oh, so much history. Okay, so this next one will be kind of
Hello, folks. It is an exciting moment to welcome you to our second annual Moton Live event. We hope you have had a great day engaging with the various content pieces that we have put together. This content has been educational. It has been an opportunity to share the impact that Moton is having. There have been some fun bits and pieces that we have thrown in throughout the day. But we're extremely excited and grateful that you would choose to engage with us and that you would choose to support the Moton Museum. Moton Live started as a way to pivot during COVID from our annual community banquet to find a new way to share the work that the museum has been doing. And so we're very excited for the day that we've put together. We've got a wonderful panel discussion that we are going to spend some time engaging in. We have three ladies with us. These ladies have been our former Moton interns that have worked with us. They have volunteered with us, and we want to share the impact that Moton has through our internship and volunteer experiences. And so we're excited to get going with this conversation. I want to first welcome our first guest within this panel discussion, Ms. Irene Thornton. She is a sophomore at Christopher Newport University. She was born and raised here in good old Farmville, Virginia, and is a graduate of Fuqua School here in Farmville. The next guest that we have with us is Mary Zell Galen. Mary Zell is a 2019 graduate of Longwood University, a history major. And Mary Zell, I believe you had a public history focus during your time here. She went on to graduate school and is now working in the museum profession. And our final guest that we have with us today is Miss Brenda Goodson. Brenda is a proud Prince Edward County High School graduate, a Centennial Scholar at James Madison University, and excitedly will be a law student at the College of William and Mary next year. So we're very excited to have all three of our guests with us today. And so I want to first start out just by having you all introduce yourselves. Just want you all to just kind of talk a bit about your collegiate experience at your respective institutions. And I want you to talk about what you're majoring in and what kind of led you down that particular path. And Mary Zell, feel free to kind of add that grad school experience into the mix as well. But I'm going to first start with Irene.
Great. Yeah, so as Cam said, I'm a sophomore at Christopher Newport University down in Newport News, Virginia, and I am currently majoring in political science with a double minor in leadership studies and Spanish. So what brought me to Moton is sort of an interesting story. So I started at Christopher Newport in the fall of 2019, and then spring of 2020, we were sent home for COVID. And during that time, I decided, my education at CNU isn't going to look like what it has looked like during my first fall semester, the in-person focus with experiential learning and service in the community with the President's Leadership Program. So I don't want to go back to school and just sit in my dorm room, for 8 months, not knowing what my year is going to look like. So I started looking around for some internships when I decided to take a gap year. And I thought, 2020 would be the perfect year to check out the Moton Museum. I'd been a couple times growing up in Farmville for various school trips, but I decided to look a little more into it, and I took a shot in the dark. I sent Cam an email with my resume and a cover letter and sort of just hoped for the best. And then soon enough got an interview, and lucky enough I was hired to be on the Moton team for the 2020-2021 school year. And there I worked with Kanan and Leah to do a lot of educational programming and outreach work, which as a political science major and a leadership studies minor one, I was able to bring in a lot of the work that I've already done at school and apply it to what I was learning at Moton. But it also gave me a chance to learn at Moton, and now that I'm back at school, sort of bring that Moton education with me and apply it into the classroom setting here now. Cam, you're muted.
When I think about the moment, Irene, that you came to us at Moton, we were coming off of a pretty pivotal moment nationally in terms of some of the conversations we were having. I remember, and I don't think we officially met then, but I remember seeing you for the first time at one of the protests that was held downtown at the courthouse. So did that have any impact on your decision to seek out an experience with Moton?
Absolutely. Just growing up in Farmville, one of the things that is always sort of in the air is that idea of civil rights. But I think too, having grown up in the South, but raised by parents who were from the North, I was, especially at such a young age, similar to the age of a lot of the students who were dealing with educational struggles at Moton. It's certainly not an apples to apples comparison or even an apples to oranges by any means, but this idea of being shut out of your school, it's something that you can't even fathom then or now. And just to sort of even barely dip a toe into the water, and then to be able to go to Moton and learn more about the struggles that Barbara Johns and her classmates went through, while still learning more about the struggles that our own country is facing at the current moment. Yeah, that absolutely sort of gave me that sort of edge and push to want to learn more and bring my own voice to the conversation and see what I can take from it.
That's awesome. Thank you. So, I was going to say that Irene was the longest serving student volunteer intern, but then we have Mary Zale, Mary Zale, you spent a number of years working with the museum, and I think it kind of started with a class experience that you had.
Yes, so I first got introduced to the Moton Museum when I was 17 and coming to tour Longwood University as a potential student. And as part of my college tour, I was really highly recommended to check out the Moton while I was there because I was hoping to study history. And I was really, really impressed of what the museum experienced there when I visited. I knew nothing of the history in Prince Edward County whatsoever. It's not something I learned about in my high school history classes. And I was really excited to learn more. So then fast forward to me enrolling at Longwood, and I majored in history and, as Cam mentioned, focused on public history and minored in business as well. But my first class project with the Moton was in my freshman year, I took a rhetoric class where we visited and talked about how literacy was taught in different communities. And we did some exercises at the Moton through that course. But throughout my college experience, especially through my history classes, I revisited the Moton quite a few times and volunteered also sort of intermediate throughout college casually. But my senior year, I determined that I really wanted to go to graduate school to learn about museums even more. And I felt like I really needed more substantial professional experience to really understand how the museum world worked. And I reached out to Cam and Kanan at the Moton to see if they'd be willing to accommodate me in any way. And they really nicely allowed me to sort of volunteer / intern or whatever you want to call it, 1 day a week for the entirety of my senior year at Longwood. And they really put me to work, getting to work on sort of whatever they had going on at the time, whether that was helping leading a school group or just managing the gift shop. And I also really got to know quite a few of the other volunteers during my time there And I really got to sort of dive in deep in how the museum worked and learned how they operate everything from tours and educational programs to more of on the administrative end. So then sorry, this is a little long-winded, I guess, but then I went to graduate school and I focused on science museum studies. But I did take several history classes during graduate school, including a civil rights history class where I did work in writing one paper on the Moton story. So I managed to work that into my graduate education too. But now I'm working for the Museum of Natural History in Martinsville, Virginia. And really my Moton experience propelled me to be able to feel confident that I really wanted to be in the museum world and gave me the skills to be in the position that I am in today.
That's awesome. I think if I'm not mistaken, you work more on the governance side in your current role. What's it like kind of venturing into that aspect of museum life, the administrative side?
So in my current role at the Virginia Museum of Natural History, I'm doing everything from helping manage the board, to helping with some fundraising and development efforts. So it's a little different than the kind of work I did at the Moton. The work I was doing at the Moton was much more people focused and public focused in a way, which really gave me a feel of like why museums matter so much. Not that you don't feel that way when you're sort of working in more of an administrative role in the museum world, but understanding the impact museums have allows me to like be a better fundraiser and be a better person who's managing a membership program, because it really helps me sell the importance of museums, even though I'm working in a different kind of museum now.
Yeah, I like hearing that because, you know, one of the things that we've always valued here at the museum is that our interns come from all different types of programs and majors all across campus. And I think that's the neat thing, because a student really gets the opportunity to see that like museums are businesses in the way that they operate. You know, you've got your education arm, your visitor services arm, your fundraising arm, your finance arm. And so there's so many different opportunities that one could dabble in within a museum. So it's really neat to see where students come from and the experiences that they walk away with. So Brenda, you, like Irene, grew up here in Farmville, graduated from Prince Edward. What has your educational journey been, and how did it lead its way back to Moton?
Yeah, so like Kim said, I'm a senior at James Madison University. My majors are justice studies and sociology. I have 2 concentrations in crime and criminology and public policy, communities, and inequalities. So a lot of my focus is social justice related areas, housing insecurities, inequalities, inequities. My recent publication on inequities was standardized testing, mainly because the LSAT took me out and made me want to dig a little bit deeper into how racialized standardized testing can be. But specifically with Moton, like Irene, I lived in Farmville my entire life. And it wasn't really talked about like in school. We didn't take a field trip to Moton ever. I do remember it being brought up maybe slightly in some history classes, but it wasn't to say that we have this historic, like monumental place in Farmville and it was right down the road. We had never been. And so it really didn't take until this past summer for me to be like, oh, I need to like do more digging into this history that I have here that I don't even know much about, even though I was literally raised in Farmville. And in one of my classes in the spring of 2020, I think, might have been 2021. I think it was 2021. We actually talked about Farmville and I was like, I'm from there, like raised there. I wasn't born there, but I've been there since I was 4 years old. And they're like, oh, like, what did you know about this? Did you know about that? And I'm like, actually, I didn't. Like they were teaching me about history of the place I was raised at. So a lot of my work at Moton, it was very quick, very sad, because although I did the May, of this past summer up until July when I had to come back to school. A lot of it focused on educational diversity inclusion work. I did do a presentation on the lost generation from Moton compared to what we would call the lost generation of COVID today, and the comparisons, similarities, but also the main differences between, do children now have a choice to not have an education because of COVID, or was that something that was just brought upon everybody and no one really had a choice and they're kind of lost? I know Irene could probably relate, as she mentioned, like COVID just came and took everything away from everybody and forced you to live in this new reality. So yeah, just a lot of my interests at school kind of contribute over into interning with Moton. And yeah, it was very quick. So
Very, very quick, but awesome to see that it was very impactful even in that short period of time.
Yes.
When you think about Moton, a perfect place for an aspiring lawyer,
Yes.
because at the heart of it, Moton, it's a policy study. You're studying the law, you're studying how individuals utilize the legal system to create change. And so it's really neat when you can see the different aspects of the Moton story, how it plays out, and how it connects from an interdisciplinary standpoint. I want to come back to something that you mentioned, and Irene, I'll bring you into this conversation as well. I think it's really interesting. I often hear that individuals say that they didn't really learn about Prince Edward during school, but you both attend schools that are right here in Prince Edward County that were at the heart of this story that we share. What was that like? And, how would you change that experience for your future peers that might come through Prince Edward and Fuqua behind you?
So I'll chime in. So I think my experience is sort of a little interesting. I actually started at Prince Edward County for kindergarten through sixth grade. And the first time I really sort of remember learning about Moton was actually in my fifth grade math class. I'm not sure why math was the class, but I remember there were three women who came in to tell us about their experience or their parents' experiences being locked out of school, and as a, I don't know, maybe 10-year-old, I didn't really understand what that meant. I wasn't sure, like, locked out of school, like, what are you talking about? I'm in school right now. How could someone in this county have not been able to go to school? And then after that, again, like, it wasn't really talked about much at all. And I transferred to Fuqua in seventh grade, and we talked about it briefly again in my senior year AP government class when we were discussing the Brown decision. And it really is, and this is something that I didn't fully grasp until I began to work at Moton. The history is so rich, not just for the county, for the Commonwealth of Virginia, but for our country as a whole. The impact that Moton has on students in California, Texas, Alaska, Ohio, New York, all across the country, and I think to sort of have an effect on, making this story more known in our own county, in our own region, is just a very much a bottom up kind of deal. I think, you're never too young to learn about the Moton story. And I think that's one of the great things about the gift shop is, we do have so many of those, educational books for the younger kids. And then, it varies all the way through middle school, high school to sort of college level, adult level novels. So I think, yeah, you just sort of realizing that you're never too young to learn, and you're also never too old to stop learning. I still learn stuff about Moton to this day. And so I think, just sort of emphasizing sort of in those, earlier grades and then continuing that on to teach the story of Moton.
Yeah, I definitely think I believe it was like 11th grade, which is really late. But my 11th grade, like dual enrollment history class, we talked about it because we were talking about the Brown decision as well. And we had like a whole week on just the history that was in Prince Edward and Moton and the lockouts. And that's like the very first time I vividly can remember actually being taught about it. And I agree with Irene, like it's just something that we have to utilize more, especially since it's like we're living in the history, like Prince Edward County Schools, like it's living history into what Moton is today. So I think just utilizing it more, I think maybe some people are maybe afraid to talk about it, afraid to utilize those resources, but it's something that definitely has to be done and can easily be done because Moton is right down the street. The one time I did go to Moton through a school trip was for the rule of law. And that's where I really was like, oh, like all this information in here, we're talking about something totally different, but like I'm reading things on the walls. It's like, no one's ever taught me this. Like I didn't learn this, and why I didn't was an issue. So definitely being able to have conversations and be able to take, field trips to like, this is living history. Like, go look at this, read the things on the walls, like utilize the experiences that they have within our own little bubble of Farmville. But yeah, it wasn't something that was well learned in my high school. I probably learned more about Moton through my college years and then my intern experience than, actually living in Farmville.
If you could create any signature experience for your former high schools centered around Moton, what would that be?
So I think if I did choose, I would engage with the stories that that are in the written collection, and then also the video interviews. I think touring the museum is always a wonderful experience. But I think when you get to talk to Reverend Williams, and hear his stories, and you get to talk to the folks who are still alive today, who are telling you about what they went through. It sort of reminds you that this history is not as far behind us as we think it is. It's still so relevant and so recent to the generations that are in Prince Edward, that are in Virginia today. So I think, hearing those firsthand account stories from those who lived the history is something that I would really, want to engage with.
Yeah, I would agree. Some type of like panel discussion, because they are real living people who are, most of them are very prominent leaders in Farmville. And I'm pretty confident a lot of like students and teachers and faculty know who these people are, but don't know this like tidbit of their life that has happened to them that is connected to Moton, because they just never asked or just never like did a little bit more research into knowing that. So definitely having a panel discussion about their experiences and about how they are real people who are still alive and nowhere near old, that can actually relate to the students and faculty about their experiences and how it brought them to who they are today. Because I feel like it, like Irene said, you can look at something all day long, but until you actually see like, oh, their name is on the wall, but also this person is standing in front of me who lives like 2 blocks down the road from my house that I didn't even know that this happened to them. So yeah, definitely have a face-to-face discussion, I think would be very enlightening for all the students.
Thank you for that. Mary Zell, I want to bring you back into the conversation as we pivot just a bit. You had a lot of rich experiences on top of the experience that you had here at the Moton Museum as an undergraduate. What were some of the other meaningful experiences for you that you felt helped to prepare you for life in the museum world?
Do you mean particularly experiences still connected to the Moton in some way?
Well, just, internship experiences that you might have had. I loved the program that you participated in. I believe that program was a program for high school individuals that connected them to different historic sites.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. So I definitely had quite a few different experiences throughout my time in college that helped me, as Cam suggested, sort of end up where I am today. What Cam was referencing was I interned and worked as a counselor and teaching assistant at the National History Academy the summer between my junior and senior year of college. So I was getting to work in the classroom and work with students, the high school students in the classroom, but I was also taking them to historic sites all across the region. And unfortunately, we didn't take them to Moton the year I was working there, but we were really able to, I was really able to learn how important place-based education is. And I think that's something the Moton does really well too, of course, because there's nothing more powerful to learn about the Moton story while you're sitting in the physical building where the student strike took place. I also, throughout my time in college, worked in the history department, which of course was exposing me to a lot more history content that sometimes connected to the Moton too. But it also taught me a lot of professional skills, like how offices work, and just forcing me to really improve my writing skills and communication skills as well. But those are just a couple of I've had a lot of really great experiences along with it really helped propel me to where I am today.
That's awesome. Were you at Moton during the famed 2016 vice presidential debate?
I was at Longwood during the debate, yes.
Yeah, that was a really exciting time, not only for the university, but for Moton, because it was an opportunity for us to put this story on a national stage. What was that experience like, just kind of being around that in that environment?
It was definitely a really exciting time. I was a sophomore in college then. And during the debate, I was actually able to work with CNN when they came to campus. So I did essentially just like sort of small errands for them throughout like the debate week of helping them with credentialing and whatever else they needed. But I was also able to even as part of that attend the debate in person, which was super exciting. So it really showed me how politics is still happening today, which of course, like politics is always happening, but really immerse myself in it, which I think sort of connects to the other, both Brenda and Irene's experiences too, of how the Moton is still very relevant in political stories and how politics is developing now.
So this question will kind of bring everyone back into the conversation. During your time here at Moton, what's the most memorable thing that you had the opportunity to work on? What kind of stands out to you? And so it could be something you worked on, or it could be an experience that you had during your time here.
So one of the projects that I was working on with Leah was sort of crafting a PowerPoint on sort of civic justice. It was specifically in the realm of environmental justice and how people were sort of speaking out and standing up for that in similar ways to which the students of Moton stood up and spoke out about the injustices that they were facing. And, you know, I didn't know it then, but working on that project would eventually lead me to craft my project idea for my 2021 summer research program or summer research project that I would work on in partnership with one of my professors at CNU and with CNU's Summer Scholars Program. And in that project, essentially what I did was I looked at the protests that occurred during the summer of 2020, you know, Black Lives Matter and the anti-lockdown protest. And I analyzed them against different theories of justice to sort of figure out what leads people to protest and to, in some ways, break the law. And, you know, because at the end of the day, a lot of what the Moton students were doing, you know, was against the law. There are truancy laws that the Virginia government started to put in place. The students said, no, we're not going to go to school until you guys give us a school that is fit for us, you know. And so sort of just looking at that mode of civic injustice that leads people to these different means of protest. And, you know, I don't think I ever would have gotten there had I not been working at Moton.
So I think I'm going to talk about two different experiences that were both very meaningful for me. The first, which was definitely my biggest takeaway from my experience there, was just getting to know people. Because as a college student at Longwood, your world is sort of insular to just other people on Longwood's campus, and you don't otherwise necessarily really like get out into Farmville at all, even though it's a small town to begin with. And one of my favorite parts by far was just getting to work with the staff at Moton and also the other Moton volunteers. I'm still in touch with the people I volunteered with today, and I really value those relationships that I built during that time. But I also really learned how, on a professional note, about how museums operate. I don't think I understood of how many things the Moton was doing really well until I went to graduate school and studied other museums that had a lot of challenges that the Moton did not. So I really learned how museums best should operate events. Like I got to help coordinate an event for Longwood students during my senior year, which was challenging to sort of figure out, and definitely by any metric wasn't the most successful event the Moton's ever had, but it really taught me how a museum is supposed to operate an event, and that was knowledge I was able to take going forward into the future.
Yeah, I would definitely say for me, it was, I called it the Lost Generations PowerPoint, but it forced me to dive even deeper into like Moton's history and the effects on all of those like children who just couldn't go to school, and they were forced, you know, to go to the workforce, to go to the military, and some never went back to school. And comparing it with COVID and how there was such a lack of resources, you know, for all the schools in Prince Edward, like most people don't have Wi-Fi. Like most people didn't have access to a computer at home. So how are they gonna get their work done if, you know, maybe they didn't have a car to drive to the library? And, you know, kind of comparing the generations together to see like, is this something that could happen again in the future, you know, with COVID happening and with, you know, all of the political debate that has been going on the past 4 years of what are we really focused on? Are we focused on providing, you know, underprivileged children with the resources that they need? Or are we more focused on, you know, passing through school, getting them a diploma, and that's it, without providing them with the actual help that they need or the actual push they may need? That was really interesting because it allowed me to do not only research on Moton, but the county like at large, and provide statistics to, you know, these are how many people don't have internet. These are how many people don't have a car. These are how many people are below the poverty line. And also like it very hit home because I'm a graduate of Prince Edward County High School, and researching my own school that I graduated from and comparing it to, these are the things that they are not providing. These are the things they are providing, but also what can we be doing better? So that was fun.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that's the, neat thing about museums is that you really get a chance to kind of see that, museums are community anchors that are engaged in helping the community meet challenges, not just related to the stories that we tell. So that's really neat to see how all of you have kind of expanded out in that way. So your Moton, so after your time at Moton was complete, how did the experience, or how has the experience, and I'll kind of start with Brenda and Irene, how did the experience impact your return back to school, some of the things that you might have been able to do having been back at school, and how, and then for everyone, how did you kind of see it impacting your future goals and plans?
I can go. For me, I know there's a professor here at JMU, and he actually just teaches an education course. And one day I was just sitting in one of our buildings, and he was teaching his class on Zoom, and he started talking about Prince Edward County. And so after that, I went up to him and I was like, I don't mean to be like ear hustling, but I heard you talking about Prince Edward County. Like, I'm from Prince Edward, like lived in Farmville my entire life, graduated from Prince Edward High School. I worked at the Moton Museum, because he was specifically talking about the Brown versus Board decision. And he was like, I was just telling my students about like Moton Museum, like how this happened. And so he actually asked me to like come and guest speak for his class, and just share my experiences of working with Moton and living in Farmville. And he asked, like, did you learn about this? Did you not learn? Like, did you know this? Did you know that? He actually said he was going to visit sometime in the summer. This was just maybe like 2 months ago. So that was very fun to be able to give like my insight and like how I felt as like a native of Farmville. And like all these kids were like, huh. But it was also interesting, like he wasn't teaching a history class. He wasn't teaching a math class. He's teaching like future educators. And it was just a regular education class that's like required for all education majors to take. And it was just something that he felt was very important for them to understand. I think he was talking about like racial bias, and like how important schools really are to the development of children. And he was talking about Moton. So that was interesting. Further career-wise, I'm very social justice focused. And like you said earlier, Cam, Moton is like a great place for an aspiring lawyer, because there's so much policy, there's so much like put into it. It's like, oh no, that's wrong. Like they shouldn't have did that. Or they should have did this. Or, the just the inequities behind everything that happened with Moton kind of fueled what I want to do later on in life. So yeah.
So I think sort of similar to that education or classroom experience. So I came back to CNU. I finished up with Moton in May of 21. And then I came back to CNU in August. And I was taking a leadership through the ages class for my minor. And, this class, the section of the class happened to be focused on civil rights era leadership, which I actually did not know when I was signing up for it, because they didn't really tell us sort of what the section focus would be, but then I get to class and we start talking about all these sort of adjacent leaders. We talk about Malcolm X, we talked about Nelson Mandela in South Africa, and sort of, having this civil rights experience of learning at Moton. And then when we start talking about leadership in the United States during that time, talking about the leadership of Barbara Johns and how she was a servant leader. She never once tried to brag or boast. She wasn't doing it because she wanted better textbooks, because she wanted something. She led the cause because she saw it as the right thing to do at the time. And sort of having that background with Moton and being able to share that with my peers who, said, I never learned about that. They're from Nova, they're from Virginia Beach, or even the out-of-state students. Wow, that history is just right down the road. And then even the history as far as, the schools in Newport News and the schools in Norfolk who went through a lot of those same struggles. And so, yeah, having that Moton background to learn more about leadership during the civil rights era in Farmville, a place that most people don't know about unless you're sort of specific and in this niche area of history. And being able to share that with my peers and engage with my professors and classmates about how leadership comes from the most unlikely of places and how it really can have such a lasting impact. And I think, sort of future career-wise, I'm still at a point, where I'm sort of shifting what I want to do and trying to figure that out. I've dabbled my mind in the idea of law school. I've dabbled in getting a master's in public policy or political communications, but I think at the end of the day, I want to work at a government level. But even just having that experience with Moton and being able to share Moton, one of the Christopher Newport programs that I was lucky enough to go on is Captains in the Capitol, where we get the chance to lobby some of our state representatives for the day. And, I was able to meet with them and say, hey, I'm from Farmville, Virginia. We have this great local history that's so incredibly important. Let's talk about some of the things that you all can do in Richmond to sort of ensure that that history stays on an important level and is continuing to be recognized all throughout the Commonwealth. So might go into some lobbying there, but sort of, yeah, just having that Moton experience has made me really passionate about what the government can do to ensure that children and families in the state really have all that they need.
So one of my takeaways from volunteering at the Moton is sort of similar to both Brenda and Irene's, but social justice and ensuring social justice for lots of different people has always been really important to me. And I really learned how museums could serve as social justice agents while working at the Moton. Everything from the educational programming they do. I was so impressed by, like, on field trip groups when I was occasionally helping lead them through. One of the activities was having students brainstorm about what's an issue facing you in school today and what could you do to change this, and have conversations like that happening. And I was really inspired by that. And then moving into graduate school, ensuring museums could act as social justice agents within the community was really important to my program and a focus we talked about in all of my classes, no matter what they were about. And I'm still working on trying to figure out how to incorporate that into my current role now, which is sort of a little different and like not directly educational. So it's a little more challenging, but there's definitely ways it's possible. And the only reason I was introduced to it being a possibility in the first place was because of my experiences at the Moton.
So, for you all, as you kind of think about your experience and your time here, what's advice that you would share for someone that is looking to intern here at the museum? What would you share with them about the experience that they would be embarking upon?
I think for me, one thing I would say is just take a chance. Yeah, that's what I did. There was no internship posting. There was no, I sort of just sent out an email and hoped for the best. And it turned out to be one of the best experiences I've ever had. But also I think too, I would say, I think as a graduate from Fuqua and sort of the history that Fuqua has in the Moton story itself, Prince Edward Academy, and as a white woman in Prince Edward County, I think there are a lot of times when there might be some, uncomfortability about being part of the conversation, but, I would say to anyone who's interested is go ahead and, take a chance, reach out, be part of the conversation and see what you can contribute and really try to see what you can learn. What can you engage with and what can you take away and what can you give to sort of keep this conversation going? Because at the end of the day, I think that's how we keep the Moton story alive. And that's how we keep the Moton story bright in Virginia, is by continuing this conversation.
I think this advice could apply to regardless of where somebody might intern or volunteer, but I think it's especially important at the Moton to feel like you don't have to have like the world's biggest impact on day one or even in your first month of interning there. It's really important, I feel like, to really take the time to get to know the museum first and get to know the stories they're telling at the museum and get to know the exhibits and the people who you're working with. And then that impact you can have will come with time, and you definitely can make important impacts to the museum, but don't feel any pressure at all to change the world on day one.
Yeah, mine would definitely come with the open mind. You're gonna learn a lot. You're gonna have your mind blown at various times throughout this process. And so you just have to keep an open mind and stay flexible with what you're learning. And meeting new people. Like I met so many people just in Farmville. Like I said, I lived there my whole life that I've never met. So be open to making new relationships, be open to learning much more about things that you didn't even know existed. And just take it in because it's gonna go by super fast. And you just have to take every day that you're there like one step at a time.
Brenda, you should know that even though your time with us was short, it was not the shortest internship experience that we've ever had. We had someone come in later that summer that was only here for 4 weeks. So you can count yours as a long one compared to that. But I am extremely grateful to the three of you for joining us for this conversation. It's exciting to see the good things that you all are doing. It's exciting to know that Moton plays a small part in the things that you will continue to do. And, in sports, coaches have coaching trees of folks that have worked under them that have gone on to obtain head coaching positions. And so we now have our Moton tree, which is a collection of our interns who are out doing great things professionally. So you are all Moton alum and a part of the Moton coaching tree. So thank you all. And to those that are watching, this is the impact that Moton can have. This is the impact that we can have with the support that you share. We are grateful for that support, and we are excited to continue building opportunities for students, both at Longwood University and all across the Commonwealth who choose to seek out this experience. So this is Moton Live. We've got some great programming still left ahead, and thank you all for tuning in.
BASIC is the gospel choir here on campus. It stands for Brothers and Sisters in Christ. We've been here for a long time. And we just sing for the glory of God.
We're just a group of people who want to come together in fellowship and just praise God. We do it through singing, through worship, and just have a good time.
And it was just a big family, a good place to just be in God's grace, His presence, and praise.
I knew about BASIC prior to coming along with, because I was just, before coming here, I knew that I wanted to join a gospel choir just because I love singing to the Lord. And I knew that BASIC, of course, was a gospel choir and was full with minorities, people that look like me, some people that have the same views as I do. So I wanted to be around them more because, of course, there's not many Black people or any minorities on campus. So you gotta link up in the ways that you can. So that's one of the other main reasons why I joined.
And I played in churches, and that's just what I did. So when I found one that I enjoyed and around people that I liked, I just stayed. I've always played gospel music. I started playing piano when I was 9. Someone came through the music building and I was practicing piano. They said, "You can play piano. We need a piano player. Come join." And I joined, and I've been there ever since.
So when I first came to BASIC, I just really loved the energy of the people, of the environment, and I knew that it was a good place that I could look forward to coming to every week. And I feel like coming in, I really wanted to build my connection with God. I feel like I really lost that over the years, and so I wanted to get back to it, and also wanted to get back into singing, so that's way I could do both.
I was born and raised in church, and I love singing, and I love being a part of choir, and I think being a part of BASIC just helps me with my vocal range, as well as just, it keeps me happy and it draws me closer with God.
So when I first got here, BASIC was like top tier. Like they had just left an amazing director that we had, and he went on to bigger and better, and we were just a big body. Everybody knew who BASIC was. BASIC rolled deep, and that's how it used to be. But when COVID hit, everything just kind of got out of order. We had some new members of exec that didn't really understand the way things needed to be run, and it kind of just started to die.
When COVID hit, it hit us hard, not just because our director that we had for such a long time, he ended up moving on. And then we were struggling with figuring out directors and presidents and things like that. So then when COVID hit, we were already still trying to deal with that. And then we weren't able to sing. We were the one group for some reason that was told we couldn't sing, but then we heard a cappella groups were still singing. So that was kind of hard for us because that's all we do. We just came and sung. So we had to figure out a way to continuously meet while still keeping what BASIC is, which is like praise and worship, gospel music. So we started off singing with masks on. That didn't work. So then we ended up just going to like Bible study kind of thing. So that was hard for us. But then this year, I feel like we really picked things up and got the ball moving.
Now, with everybody on exec and all the rest of the people who've joined, our student body members, we're really getting back together what BASIC is, what BASIC should be, what BASIC was. We have truly grown so much from last semester when we first started the initiative to grow BASIC back up. And I think we're really on the trajectory to like keep growing. But we used to be big. And so we're getting back to that. And I'm very excited. I'm very excited.
Favorite thing is learning new songs, all different ranges, as well as like meeting new people and bringing people in, pulling people in.
My favorite thing about BASIC so far is just the people that are in it, really. We are able to laugh. We get along so well. It's basically like a brotherhood and a sisterhood. I know like that's our name, but it really is. It's like we get to know each other. We have dinners together. We go on trips together. And the trips are the highlight of the group.
One of the times we traveled, I forget, we sing at churches every once in a while. Before COVID, we traveled like a ton. We were heading to an event and it was so long. The trip there, the event in itself, it was really good, but it was really long. And I sung my first solo and that was a ton of fun. And then we did a BASIC family dinner. And it was just so cool to just sit with all these different people from different walks of life, different views of Christianity. And we all just sat down at the table and we literally broke bread and we had a good time. We had a really good time and it made me feel like I wasn't alone. It was like such a warming experience.
I love Basic because I really get to enjoy and be myself and surround myself with good people who also love the Lord, and we can just fellowship and do what we do.
Why do I love Basic? Why not? Like, it's like, for me, it's like, it suits all my needs. It's somewhere where I feel welcomed. It's just somewhere where I feel like I can be who I am and be who God wants me to be. And even if I couldn't sing, I feel like I would still be a part of Basic because it's just a group where everyone is accepting of who I am and just is very passionate in what we all do.
It's good for me. It's good for my soul. Everything is just so contagious. Their energy, their love for God. I just love having a moment in my week, in my day, where it's just for Him and it's doing something that I love.
Okay, it's not only like a gospel choir, it's a chance to bond with people on campus, all minorities, and I really love it because I don't feel like an outcast when I'm in Basic. I feel like I'm a part of a group where I should belong, and our community isn't big, but the people that are in it, we have that sense of where we're gonna make you feel like home. We're gonna love you, gonna care for you, and we're gonna treat you like the precious son or daughter you are.
I know I have friends around me that are here for my well-being, that I know that when we do praise reports and prayer requests, they will really pray for me when I leave Basic. So I know it's just a safe place for me to just be my authentic Christian self.
Basic it's fellowship. We meet like-minded people and sing music that we like. I'd love for us to grow and perform for more diverse crowds, perform in different places.
I would like to see Basic just continue to grow. We did take a little downfall from COVID, but I would just like to see it to continue to grow and to be the Basic that it has always been, basically. And yeah, just continue to live to the truth and to continue being that staple of Longwood.
I want to see Basic go back to the old ways, how we used to have concerts at other schools, being able to have other schools come here, traveling to other schools, maybe doing bigger concerts, hosting bigger events everywhere. I want everybody to know who Basic is.
So if you think about joining, you should. And if you really feel like you lack that spirit on campus, or you just need a place where you can feel comfortable in praising and fellowshipping, then definitely come to Basic.
If you want to grow with us. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like or what you do. If you have a love for God and a calling, or you want to understand truth and get to know Him more and build your relationship, Basic is a safe place. And so if you're looking for something like that, Basic's the place.
Basic, Brothers and Sisters in Christ Gospel Choir is a ministry of college students from Longwood University who desire to spread the word of Jesus Christ to the community through their gift of song. As a choir, they come together to have fellowship through song and praise. Through their songs, they are united. Through their praises, they recognize that they are His children, but it is through their struggles that they become family. Through service and appearances in the community, it is the mission of the members to touch their community one heart at a time, one note at a time. All good? And I guess they're ready. So now I'm gonna have Basic Gospel Choir come on out.
innocence, all of my burdens, problems. If I have a question, I put it on. Yes, I put it on. I put it on. Innocence. All innocence. I put it on. Innocence. All innocence. I put it on. Innocence. All of my burdens, problems. If I have a question, I put it on. Yes, I put it on. I put it on. Innocence. Whatever the problem, I put it on. Innocence. I know that he can solve it. I put it on. Innocence. This and that, I put it on. Innocence. He can handle it. That's a fact. I put it on. Innocence. No matter how great or small, he's a master of them all. I put it on. Yes, I put it on. I put it on. Innocence. Whatever the problem, I put it on. Innocence. I know that he can solve it. I put it on. Innocence. This and that. 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 No matter how great or small, he's the master of them all. I put it on. Yes, I put it on. I put it on. In his hands.
It makes no difference what you're going through. You're gonna make it. God's gonna see you through. Hold your head up. Put a smile on your face. This is another test. It won't last always. So get ready.
Get ready.
For your blessing.
For your blessing.
Get ready.
Get ready.
For your miracle.
For your miracle.
Get ready.
Get ready.
For your blessing.
For your blessing.
Get ready.
Get ready.
For your miracle.
For your miracle.
I know you've been hurting deep down inside. Let me encourage you. It's gonna be all right. Troubles and trials come to make you strong. Keep on believing. Just keep holding on. Get ready.
Get ready.
For your blessing.
For your blessing.
Get ready.
Get ready.
For your miracle.
For your miracle.
Get ready.
Get ready.
For your blessing.
For your blessing.
Get ready.
Get ready.
For your miracle.
For your miracle.
Thank you, Jesus. God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
truly believe it, say, God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
Come on now, sing, God's got a blessing.
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 God's got a
Ooh,
blessing.
with my name on it.
With my name on it.
God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
God's got
Yes.
a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
With my name on it.
With my name on it.
With your 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 name on it.
With my name on it.
With my name on it.
With your name on it. Yes, with your name on it. With your name on it. God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
Ooh, God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
God's got a blessing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, sing. God's got a blessing.
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 With my name on it.
With my name on it.
God's got a blessing.
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 With my name on it.
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 With your 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 name on it. With your name on it. With your name on it. With your name on it. With your name on it. With your name on it.
Praise the Lord, everybody. Praise the Lord, everybody. I don't know about you, but God got a blessing. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. So it is with great honor and privilege that I present to you our senior class of 2022 Basic Gospel Choir. Now, so I'm going to name all of our seniors and present them with their senior chorus this year. So first, we have Brother Jonathan Shackelford. Jonathan Shackelford has been playing the keys for basic since his freshman year. With Jonathan, I have learned that through it all, I can make it as long as I trust and believe. If you want someone to tell you like it is and does not care how they're going to tell you, you go to Jonathan, all right? He's going to pray for you like no other, but he's going to tell you like it is. Next we have our beautiful, our wondrous director, chaplain, vice president, Lauren Chambers. With her, you get love, you get passion, you get joy and strength in the Lord. You want someone to direct your choir. You want someone to tell you what key to get into. You want someone to also be nice while they're doing it. You go to Lauren, okay? With Lauren, I have been blessed and loved you as a director. It has been a true honor and privilege to be under your direction. Now, the queen herself. With this wonderful woman, I tell you what, we had the president of Basic Gospel Choir, Miss Tamara Washington. Tamara had a big job this year as president. So I've been part of Basic COVID year, which was 2020, and I became the treasurer of this gospel choir then. But at the time, we only had 4 members, well, 3.5. But it was still an honor to be part of the group. So this year, under Tamara's leadership, we were able to grow our numbers to 12 glorious members of Basic Gospel Choir. God has planted a seed in her soul, and she said, I'm going to let it grow. So thank you, Tamara Washington, on the behalf of Basic Gospel Choir for giving us that leadership. She is basically the mother of the choir. She tells us where to be, when to be, and how to look. So that's who you go to for that, is Mother Tamara Washington. So right now, as a new annual thing that we're going to start doing is our senior song. So our seniors are going to come with a song to bless your hearts. Amen.
To be moved, the Lord that keepeth thee, he will not slumber nor sleep. Oh, the Lord is thy keeper, the Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand, upon thy right hand. No, the sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. He shall preserve thy soul, even forevermore. My help, my help, my help, all of my help cometh from the Lord. I will lift up mine eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He said he would not suffer thy foot to be moved. The Lord that keepeth thee, he will not slumber nor sleep. Oh, the Lord is thy keeper, the Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand, upon thy right hand. No, the sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Thank you, Lord. He shall preserve thy soul, even forevermore. My help, my help, my help, all of my help cometh from the Lord. My help,
God has been too good. He has been too good. Woo! Amen. Woo. All right. Amen. Yes, it does. My help. Yes, Lord. My help. Yes. My help. Amen. My help. My help. All of my help cometh from God. My help. My help. My help. All of my help cometh from the Lord. Amen. All right, the next one. I need old basic, I need new basic up on the stage for one final song. Amen. Worship with us. Don't give up. Don't give up. Come on, y'all.
Friends, it's Cam Patterson here, Executive Director of the Moton Museum, coming back to you with a midday update for Moton Live 2022. What a day it has been. We have had some great panel discussions, a fantastic keynote from Dr. Hattie Washington, and you just heard some great music from Basic Gospel Choir. And the good thing is that we have plenty of content still left to bring to you to round out our day. But I do want to share an update. Earlier, I had mentioned that we have been very fortunate to receive an anonymous matching gift from a donor. That matching gift was $15,000. And our goal was to raise $15,000 so that we could unlock that gift. And I'm excited to share that we are on the verge of unlocking this matching gift. So I hope you'll continue to share your support, continue to share about this event with friends and family and folks that you know so that we can rise to the moment to meet that matching gift challenge. I do want to take a moment as well to thank some generous sponsors that have helped us to bring this Moton Live event to you today. I want to recognize our benefactor sponsors, Letterpress Communications, the Andy Taylor Center, sponsored by Dr. Jane Taylor, and Prince Edward County. I'd also like to recognize our community benefactor sponsor, Southside Electric Cooperative. And I'd also like to recognize our bridge builder sponsors. We have Benchmark Community Bank, the Farmers Bank, the College of Education, Health, and Human Services at Longwood University, the Call Me Mister program at Longwood University, Speech, Hearing, and Learning Services at Longwood University, Fuqua School, and Sands Anderson Law. So we want to thank our sponsors for their continued support. We hope that you'll continue to share your support, and we're excited for the content that we'll continue to bring to you today.
My name is Cuba Carden, and my poem is titled Planning to Unfold. Appalachian Mountains, straight edge and jagged like mountain memories, where foster fathers tell nom stories, exit computer screens when you walk by, and pull a folding hunting knife with a quickness, saying things to an 11-year-old like, I could kill you right now, as the cold blade touches trembling skin. Where foster fathers drive rusty yellow school buses down narrow gravel roads, on time, never wavering, parting with kids with a smile. Then, when the cicadas sing, he cooks large steaks on grills and mows lawns, the blade shearing through freshly grown grass, like his touch will do to 12-year-old daughters who are closed and locked in fear, unable to move or scream or tell. We're foster daughters, sweet bathrooms, write poetry, wondering what a father really is, go to bed, wake up, wondering what a daughter really is, planning to unfold and snap sharply open when he steps in again. My name is Cuba Cardin, and I'm a poet. I read Planning to Unfold. This poem is about my relationship with a foster father that I had when I was from the ages of around 9 to 13. So it's just about the complexities of unhealthy relationships and how that kind of has tainted my view of the beautiful Appalachian Mountains that I spent a lot of time in growing up. But like the beginning of my poem, Appalachian Mountains are straight edge and jagged, just like some of those memories, unfortunately. My professor, Mary Carol Hackett, inspired me to write this poem because she was giving advice to her students saying that we needed to be seen in our work. And I already knew that I kind of wanted to play with the idea of Appalachian Mountains and the things that I experienced growing up there. But her advice to risk being seen in your poetry took that poem from the metaphor or the simile of Appalachian Mountains and jagged memories to really going in depth to the complexities of that relationship, which without her advice to risk being fully seen, I would have tried to avoid that. Poetry is important because it is an expression. Poetry is important because it is constantly evolving, it's constantly changing. It gives students, moms, professors, scholars the ability and the chance and the opportunity to express and to be reflective, whether that's on their own emotions, whether that's on the social or political climate. I'm thinking Langston Hughes is coming to mind. Poetry is also important because it acts as a monument. So I can read Langston Hughes' poem right now and grasp the weight of the pain and the emotion that his people were going through, that our people were going through for generations. So poetry is a living document across time, and it's important to make people aware of the opportunity to express, to be outspoken, to question, to reflect. And in no other genre are all of those things so easily encompassed than in poetry. You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Cuba_Cardin. That's CUBA_CARDEN.
Black history is rich throughout the United States, with strong and courageous people who have impacted our modern day as we know it. Whether it be through the implementing of new laws,
Darling, I want my gay rights now.
helping dismantle systematic racism,
'Cause I'm not a nigga, I'm a man.
or by simply just being their awesome selves.
Thank you, God.
Like for one, did you know that Marilyn Monroe admired and was inspired by the beauty of a Black woman, or that she was the first Black woman to be nominated for Best Actress at the Oscars? On today's segment of Black Icons You Should Know About, we'll look at the smart, talented, and beautiful Dorothy Dandridge. Dorothy Jean Dandridge was born November 9, 1922 in Cleveland, Ohio, to a cabinet maker and a Baptist minister. As a young child, she and her sister were made to do a song and dance act known as the Wonder Children, where they toured the southern United States basically nonstop for 5 years. During the Great Depression, Dorothy and her sister moved with her mom to Hollywood, California, and while there, the name The Wonder Children was renamed to the Dandridge Sisters in 1934, where they were booked in several high-profile nightclubs like the Cotton Club and the Apollo Theater. It was no surprise to anyone then when her talents took her to the big screen. Her first on-screen appearance was in 1935 in a comedy short called Our Gang. Her first credited film role, though, was in Four Shall Die in 1940, but that didn't do much for her film career, and because she rejected a lot of stereotypical Black roles, she had little success at first. But in 1953, there was a nationwide talent search that 20th Century Fox held for a casting of an all-Black musical adaptation of Oscar Hammerstein's II's 1943 Broadway musical, Carmen Jones.
That ain't why I wanna dance. It's something thumping in the bass, that thumping on the music, that bumping on the music is all I need to start me off. I don't need nothing else. Maybe I do.
Dandridge just knew that this role was made for her, and although the producers were hesitant to cast her, she proved herself by embodying the beauty and the luster that the titular character possessed.
Love's a baby that grows up wild, and he don't do what you want him to. Love ain't nobody's angel child, and he won't pay any mind to you. One man gives me his diamond stud, and I won't give him a cigarette. One man treats me like I was mud, and all I got that man can get.
The movie was a worldwide success, earning $70,000 during its first week at the box office, then $50,000 during its second week, and eventually it garnered $10 million there. Dandridge's performance was so seductive and sensual that she became one of Hollywood's first African-American sex symbols. And on November 1st, 1954, she became the first Black woman featured on the cover of Life magazine. Dandridge reached critical acclaim as well when she was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actress, becoming the first African-American nominated for the role. And although she lost, she became an overnight sensation.
Well, I'm having one script sent to me from Mr. Zanuck. I have a contract at 20th Century Fox Studios for one picture a year.
Well, you've heard from Zanuck. Have you heard from the Palladium?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have heard from the Palladium. I'm going to be there even for just for one night, which is kind of a thrill for me. This is on the...
Unfortunately, like many Hollywood starlets at the time, Dorothy's life was filled with tragedy. Unable to capture the same success as Carmen Jones, and with her marriage struggling, she began to drink heavy and take antidepressants. And with money dwindling, she was unable to take care of herself or her daughter. Dorothy Dandridge died on September 8, 1965 in her Hollywood home at the age of 42, overdosing on antidepressants with only $2 left to her name. Now, even though her life was short and tragic, that doesn't mean she didn't make an impact. Stars like Halle Berry were inspired by her beauty and talent, and Halle Berry felt a personal kinship with Dorothy, as she did portray her in a biography and won the Golden Globe and Emmy for her portrayal.
I've got rhythm, I've got music, I got my man who could ask for anything more. I've got daisies in green pastures, I got my man who could ask for anything more.
Dorothy Dandridge's beauty and talent can't be ignored, and because she paved the way for actresses after her, that makes her a Black icon you should know more about.
I'm Heather Waldo, and I'm, I guess, what you call an amateur photographer. I mostly focus on portraits, probably more so than like landscape. I feel like I'll try to like experiment with like landscape or just like scenic like shots and stuff like that. But I feel like lately, and probably for the most part, I focus on like taking photos of other people because I feel like you can like ask the person to like do different things, and I just feel like there's just more to like, I guess, kind of manipulate rather than like if you're taking a picture of like a flower or a tree, there's not a lot you can really change about that. So I like how with people you can do like so many different shots and like angles and stuff, and they can change what they're doing, and that'll change like each photo. I feel like even as like a kid, my mom would buy like the disposable cameras that I still use for fun, but I would just run around like taking photos. I feel like when I was like 4 or 5, I guess it's just like from a young age, I just was fascinated with the idea of like just taking photos and like capture like moments in time, I guess was my inspiration, because I just think it's really cool to just be able to look back and like visually see like a moment in your life that you probably like can't really like recreate. Just because I think that I just really like memories, I guess, and I really like to just have experiences with people. So I guess photos are a way for me to like remember everything that I do and have something to like look back on. I would say that photography is just really important because it's able to capture like a moment in time. And I feel like that is just a really powerful thing. And I feel like a lot of like major like recent events, like there'll always be photos from that stuff. So I feel like it's just a way to like be creative, and you can kind of make it, you know, more of like a creative business, but it's also just a way to like document like stuff that's going on. Photography matters a lot to me because I think I've just always just been genuinely interested in it from a very young age. And I think in a way I think kind of reminds me of like your inner child or whatever, like just like inner like creativity like at its core. And I guess that's part of like what I associate my own like creative sense in, is like taking photos and stuff. So I think that's why it's important to me, and I feel like it like evolves as I get older. So I think it's one thing that like if you really do just keep practicing at it, you will see like your products, your photos like will get better over time. And so I think that's also cool to see. I feel like photography is really one of those things where it's like if you just can dedicate the time to just like practice and just keep like researching, and I feel like you'll really be surprised at like what you can learn and like what you can like accomplish. So you can follow me on Instagram at Heather_Waldo. That's like my main account, the one that I've had for a really long time. But I also have like a fashion account, and I'll post like some photography stuff on like my second account sometimes, and that's just Waldo Fashion. So you can follow me on either one.
Black history is written by simply just being their awesome selves.
The world says you're crazy for doing it, and I say you are absolutely right. But the best part of it is I can go to the bank.
Like for one, did you know that the granddaddy of shock rock combined theatric, music, and spooky elements to the stage that inspired artists such as Alice Cooper and Marilyn Manson? On today's segment of Black Icons You Should Know About, we'll be getting to know the great granddaddy of shock rock himself, Mr. Screamin' Jay Hawkins. Screamin' Jay Hawkins was born in Cleveland, Ohio on July 18, 1929. He spent the first 18 months of his life in an orphanage before getting adopted. As a young child, he had a love for music, and by the age of 6, he had already taught himself to read music and to play the piano. And in his early 20s, he learned how to play guitar. Initially, he had grown up wanting to be an opera singer like his idol, Paul Robeson. But when the opera didn't work out, he started a career as a conventional blues singer and pianist. But in 1944, he joined the U.S. Army and entertained the troops as part of his service. In 1952, he was honorably discharged and he went back to a career in pursuing music. Before going solo, he worked with great names such as Tiny Grims and Fats Domino, and even featured on Grims' record. Hawkins had a powerhouse voice and had an inkling for pizzazz. He struck gold with his most successful song, I Put a Spell on You, in 1956.
I put a spell on you. Because you're mine.
It was originally intended to be a refined ballad, but at the time of recording, his producer got everyone drunk and Hawkins ended up screaming and grunting his way through the track, making it raw and guttural and haunting. It surely did put a spell on his audience as it became his greatest commercial success and reportedly surpassed 1 million copies in sales and was selected as one of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's 500 songs that shaped rock and roll. When the song was released, there were complaints that it was too overtly sexual with his grunting and moaning and screaming over the track. So even after they removed the grunts and ad-libs, the song was still banned on the radio in some areas. Groups like the NAACP worried that this act would reflect badly on the African American community. At the time, this didn't dismay Hawkins. He saw the uproar boost his sales because of the taboo nature of it all. Soon after the song's initial release, radio disc jockey Alan Freed offered Hawkins $300 to emerge from a coffin on stage. Hawkins was hesitant to the idea at first, but then did it and found it to be his greatest gimmick. The act was so creepy and unusual that members from the crowd would run away screaming towards the exit. This spooky antic became part of his persona as he'd go on stage wearing rubber snakes and leopard skin costumes while also wearing a turban and bone through his nose, embracing the foreign voodoo props to an American audience.
I can't stand no putting me down.
After a while, though, Hawkins did resent the persona he invented and felt that people loved his antics more than his music, and felt that people just turned him into a sort of boogeyman. Nevertheless, I Put a Spell on You became an instant classic and has been covered by a variety of artists in different genres of music. He produced many other albums and tracks such as Monkberry Moon Delight,
Drinking Monkberry Moon Delight,
but was unable to create the phenomenon that was I Put a Spell on You. But sadly, Hawkins died after emergency surgery from an aneurysm on February 12, 2000 near Paris, France, at the age of 70 years old. Now, even though he didn't get the appreciation he deserved while he was alive, it's easy to spot the musicians who have been influenced by his theatrics, such as Alice Cooper, Marilyn Manson, and Rob Zombie.
I can never die.
He is known as a goth icon and is no doubt the granddaddy of shock rock. He provided the blueprint for bands and singers who want to use a little theatrics in music, and that's why he's a Black icon you should know more about.
My name is Tamia Daniel, and I'm an artist. I do more like black and white, granite, graphite, and like portrait stuff. Well, actually, I did it like in middle school when I was bored. When I got older, my brother helped me like get better at like the drawing, just stuff like that. And like college, I started taking it more, and it's like, I don't know, I just want to be like carefree, basically. I'm inspired by my brother, actually. So he's not like really an artist, but he's an appomatist right now doing art. So he inspired me to like, oh, let me actually focus and actually do better in my artwork and like get better and progress. My brother is my favorite artist because, I don't know, it's just his artwork is really like endearing, and you can see all the work that he does put in it. And like he made me like tons of little artwork that I could have in my room. And I don't know, just like me, it feels inspired for me to like make myself be better and improve. Well, I feel like the importance of having artwork is to be able to like look back at like previous artwork and be like, oh well, I look at my old work that I did and now how much I progressed. Just to be able to look back at it and be, oh wow, I'm proud of myself. I would say my artwork is not the best at all, like not the best, but I would say like I'm trying and I'm getting there. I'm not like high artist level, not museum level, but like I feel like even if you're still at stick figures, it's still amazing artwork. You should feel important to you. If you like to follow me on Instagram at Tamia_DL and on TikTok at Tamia_D39.
I can't thank the Moton Museum team enough for inviting me into this sacred space that honors a courageous community. I was motivated to write, The Moon U.S. Civil Rights Trail, a traveler's guide to the people, places, and events that made the movement, because a group of Southern tourism offices, using the best research available, designated an official trail in 2018. This designation comes at an auspicious time, and it covers several cities, including Charleston and Atlanta, Montgomery, Memphis, Little Rock, and of course, all roads leading to D.C. My challenge in researching and writing a book about the mid-century civil rights movement was to include enough stops for a cohesive story on a trail that actually starts as far east as Wilmington and goes as far west as Kansas and deep into Louisiana and Florida. But this story does not take place without narrating what happened in Farmville, because Brown v. Board of Education is a catalyzing force of the mid-century civil rights movement, along with the murder of Emmett Till in the Mississippi Delta. My plan to capture the narrative arc of these stories involved deep research and outreach to activists and icons tied to the movement. Many of the people who put their lives on the line during that period, some of whom were children, are up in age. And it was important for me to extend my platform to them to share their story on my pages. Black communities are not often curated for cultural narratives like tourism. And so the idea that we are sending people to Farmville and to amazing museums like the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute or the National Civil Rights Museum at the Lorraine in Memphis, or the Mississippi Civil Rights Museum, or even the National African American Museum of History and Culture in DC, to engage with African American narratives is a powerful statement about my people's role in building this country. It's a powerful statement about how we show up to make the democratic experiment mean what it says. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. actually put it best in his iconic mountaintop speech. Quote, "All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper." I hear people say all the time that they were never taught Black history in school, or that it was taught as a side item. Now, I call myself a great migration baby because I was born in Chicago, where my dad ran a business for several decades. And I started school in post-uprising Detroit, where my mother had moved after my parents divorced. And I also spent many years living in the South with my grandmother in a small town outside of Memphis for much of junior high school and high school. But I had radical teachers in Detroit and woke Southern church members in the South who were also educators, and they made sure that I learned what wasn't naturally served up in school curricula. But even during my research, I learned so much about what was going on locally in each of the cities highlighted on the Civil Rights Trail, things that I never knew. For example, in Birmingham, I didn't know that 6 children, not 4, were murdered in racialized killings on September 15, 1963. The 4 girls at 16th Street Baptist Church, but also 2 boys, Virgil Ware and Johnny Robinson. I didn't know specifics about this community, not like that. And while I grew up hearing about Barbara Johns, I didn't know about members of the Lost Generation. And I'm happy to have met a few of them thanks to the great folks at the Moton Museum and to hear their stories of courage during an inexplicably difficult time. In terms of special places in this book, I'd have to say that sitting in the Moton School auditorium last week actually was really special to me. To hold a sacred space in this place actually means everything to me. Another place of personal significance during my research and travel was engaging with the Emmett Till story in the Mississippi Delta. Whether it was standing outside the ruins of Bryant's Grocery and Meat Market, contemplating the spectral energy of a Carolyn Bryant, or roaming around freely around the Tallahatchie County courtroom where an all-white jury failed to achieve justice for Emmett, it just really took me to a special place. While it's important to reconcile with history and consider what it means today, it was also important for me to share with you how to experience joy on your civil rights trail journey. So I'll tell you that some of my favorite places was sitting at the lunch counter at Atlanta's Busy Bee Cafe, eating golden fried chicken wings, or because Dr. King and a lot of movement leaders ate there, or Pascal's, where Dr. King and others also ate. And also, I found a kiosk at the Atlanta airport, a Pascal's location. So if I want to get a quick hit of soul food while I'm changing planes in Atlanta, then I can go, get a bite of that delicious soul food there. I also enjoyed eating at Lass's Inn. There's a dish called buffalo ribs. It's buffalo fish cut in the shape of like ribs. It's so delicious. And that's where Daisy Bates, who was the leader of the students in the Little Rock integration crisis, would eat and strategize. And of course, the Four-Way Grill, because I grew up in the Memphis area. The Four-Way Grill is a great place to have a meal by yourself or with family. Again, Dr. King and other movement leaders like to eat there. And I was fortunate in 2018 to have Sunday dinner with the Reverend Jesse Jackson during the 50th commemoration of Dr. King's assassination in Memphis at the Four-Way Grill. In my book, I mention a quote by James Baldwin that means so much to me, and I hope it means something to you too. And it goes like this, quote, "In the church in which I was raised, you were supposed to bear witness to the truth." So my book is my way of bearing witness. It's sort of coloring and inside the lines of the Black lives that have been depresence in the service of white supremacy, actually, but no more. Part of bearing witness includes the images that I use in my book. I took the majority of the photos, although there are some archival images and stock photography. But it was important for me that this book look and feel like the people whose story this is. I told my editor during one of our weekly check-ins that I wanted my book to feel like family. If it's authentic to us, it will be authentic to everyone else who turns the pages. I want to thank you for your time and attention today. I'm including the work of this book. I'm continuing the work of this book by writing articles about themes that have repeatedly surfaced during my research. And that includes the telling of the aftermath of the Moton School walkout, such as the story of individuals involved in the lost generation. And I'm engaging with organizations on asset framing communities and their stories, because I believe that this is an approach that challenges the deficit framing of underrepresented communities in our midst. What if we talk to and about each other from the perspective of the best of us instead of the worst of us? I hope that this is the beginning of a progressive conversation with all of you. If you want to keep the conversation going, you can find me on social media. I'm on Twitter and Instagram at Deb Officially, Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kanan Townsend, and I serve as the Associate Director and Director of Education and Outreach at the Robert Russo Moton Museum, located in Farmville, Virginia, and this is Moton Live 2022. On this panel, we're going to be focusing on the community impact of the Moton Museum and relationships that we have built and established within and around the broader Prince Edward County Farmville community, as well as in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I am honored here to be joined by three great individuals who I will give in a moment a chance to introduce themselves, but individuals that we've been working with for several years on the shorter end of things and even longer on the longer end of things. So without further ado, let them introduce themselves. So Quincy, if you want to start, and then Jill, and then Takeem, if you'll just introduce yourself and then speak a little bit about your involvement within the community, and we'll kind of stop there and we'll go after that.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. My name is Quincy Goodine. I am the Assistant Director of Leadership Development and Multicultural Affairs at Longwood University, so just down the road. And like Kanan said, it's been a kind of an ongoing collaboration between at least our office and the museum for a number of years, whether it be using the space to host events, just to have a place for community, whether it be facilitated discussions or tours or award ceremonies, whatever the case may be. We try to weave Moton in when we can. But on a different note, I serve on a couple of committees and councils at the Moton Museum as well, just trying to find ways to bridge the two a little bit better. Find that connection where we can really build that bridge between Longwood's community and the Moton Museum. As far as the community involvement goes, I have worked with a couple of organizations in the community. Habitat for Humanity, a local YMCA. One of my favorite groups to work with, is Virginia Cooperative Extension, working in the community garden over on Virginia Street. But I don't want to talk too much. I'll pass it on to the next great speaker today.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jill Ahmad. I am president and owner of United Community Nexus. We are a community engagement and outreach services LLC, and we focus on bridging gaps and building bridges. We love to connect the community with services and programs they otherwise may not have access to. And so our passion involves fellowship with even strengthening the synergy between programs, government and local and state programs and services, and organizations like the Moton Museum, its history, helping people really truly understand their connection to the civil rights movement and the Barbara Rose Jones story. It's very inspiring, motivating, and it actually gives a blueprint to building and growing and strengthening our community. And so I look forward to this opportunity to love on Moton and talk about the work that we do.
Hello, everyone. I am Takeem Cooper, and I am a native of Prince Edward County. And so I grew up before the Moton Museum was a museum. And I remember playing baseball and soccer down on the fields. It was Mary Branch Fields back in the day. And I'm excited to see the journey that this museum has made over the years and about the things that are coming. I remember I first became aware of the student walkout in Prince Edward County back, I think I was 4 or 5 years old, and my family and I, we went to the mall, and my father got a hat made at one of the stands in the mall, R.R. Moton High School. It was purple and gold. I was like, wow, like, I don't even know this school. I knew it as the Mary Branch Field, but I didn't know the school. And my parents have always been adamant about experimental learning. And so I had to do a book report, and I found so I'm the youngest child by 15 years. So one of my older siblings had a term paper, as it was called back then, about the student walkout. So I remember reading that. I remember reading part of Mr. Wiley's book. And then I saw some of the long-term impact that the closing of schools had in our community. And so I've always tried to support the museum in any way that I possibly can.
Thank you all for that. And I think that that's taking a great transition. If you're willing to start kind of this next one, just if you can all kind of just look back and just recap and in a sense, your first time interacting with the museum, whether that's a program, whether that's just kind of casually driving by and coming in, you know, what was kind of your first interaction experience with the Moton Museum and what was that experience like?
So I remember hearing some of my sisters talk about, I think they actually went to school at the museum. But my first real interaction with it, I guess I was 9, 10 years old. And, you know, I'd read some of the papers. I knew about Fuqua, which was the academy. And at that time, a lot of people were still referring to it as the academy or the school on the hill. But I was sitting in my mom's office one evening and this gentleman came in and my mom was working with another client. And he said, "Hey, nephew, I left my glasses in my apartment. Will you, can you read this paper for me?" So I read it to the best of my ability. And then it was a summer day. And so I read it to the best of my ability. And then he looked extremely confused. I don't know if it was me, am I reading or what, but so he's like, "So what does that mean?" And so I explained it to him, which I'm sure I did a really poor job of doing, but it was a letter from Department of Social Services. And so that just really stood out to me. And so I remember asking my mom that evening, I said, "Hey, he can't read, can he?" And she was like, "You know why?" And then like she kind of jarred my memory. And so I had a book report due to her at the end of that summer. So I would bounce my basketball to the library at Longwood and research stuff. And then like I had to submit a book report. So that was my first real understanding and connecting the dots of everything that happened.
It's kind of dramatic, but it means a lot to me. I have to go back a little bit. I'm originally from Washington, D.C. I live in Charlotte County. Three of my 4 kids went to Southside Virginia Community College. Upon graduation, my 2 daughters went to Longwood. And so that took me from Keysville into Farmville. I would be the Uber mom. So I was this is before United Community Nexus. This is before, me really getting involved in the community. So I would drop them off and I'd go chill at the library and wait till it was time to pick them up and leave. Well, one day I met one of your chronic volunteers, Patricia Carter, at I think in the park or somewhere. And I met her and we were talking and she said, "Well, let's go get coffee." And I was like, "Where can we get coffee?" And it took me to Uptown Cafe, fell in love with them. And then she said, "Well, you haven't walked around?" And I said, "No, for 4 years. You have to understand, we're talking about 3 years I was coming into Farmville, and I would just sit, drop them, each semester." So she takes me, she says, "This is where you gotta go." I passed by Moton every day. I said, "Okay, it's a school." She said, "No, it's a museum." She took me inside and told me the story. And I'm all impressed with the setup. And I come from the Smithsonian institutions. We regulate the Smithsonian museums. So it triggered something in me, the story, the history. This happened by who, how old, what? Oh, it was on. Once I left, I lie to you not, my vision the whole view of the town just completely changed. The dynamic starts to change. When you start thinking about the families impacted by the school closings and so on, and then opportunities started to come up to volunteer. And one of my first community events was the Moton Banquet. It totally blew my mind. I had the opportunity of really connecting with community leaders like Megan Clark. And she said, "Well, come sit at my table." And just seeing our Black community so engaged, so involved, highly educated, highly busy in community service. That moment I became a fellow chronic volunteer, and Moton had everything to do with it. You guys epitomize learning and empowerment and fellowship and bringing together and availability and inclusion. And coming from DC was extremely refreshing. So that impact that my experience at Moton, I assure you, plays a huge part into the community work that we do today. And I love you guys. You already know. Don't get me into groupie mode. Okay, I'm just.
My first introduction to just Farmville in general, actually, when you were speaking, Takeen, it jogged my memory as well. Many years ago, I was a halfway decent athlete, and the school that I played for was in a district, or I guess a conference or whatever have you, the same as Fuqua. So I had been coming to Farmville, Prince Edward, on a regular basis, and had no idea where I was playing at, when we came to Fuqua to play them, or the history behind it. So to choose to come to Longwood and see that Fuqua, all of the connections that existed there was kind of interesting. And then I would say probably not until my sophomore year, when I got involved with an organization on our campus called the Black Student Association, and we took a trip. One of our meetings was dedicated to taking a trip to the Moton Museum. Everything started to connect. The significance of Fuqua, the significance of the place that we were standing in, and hearing the stories and the history and the names associated with it. It all kind of came full circle. Even Longwood's involvement in the matter, if we're speaking candidly. But I think honestly, for me, what really drove it home was even after I had taken the tour. At this point, I had taken a number of tours, but I got to meet Reverend Williams. And I just sat and listened. I don't think I even asked a question. I just sat and just was a sponge to his experience and to what he was talking about, and all that took place, and how he was a part of it. And again, I think that was really what drove the point home, because I think to your point, Jill, this is not something that happened, hundreds of years ago. This is something that still is very relevant, and the people who are affected by it are still alive and kicking and here, despite the pictures being in black and white and everything. And there was definitely aftermath and a trickle down effect, which plays into some things I'm sure we'll probably discuss a little bit later on. But yeah, that was my introduction into the Moton Museum, the Prince Edward community, and Farmville as a whole.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate all of your answers and kind and positive things towards Moton, of course. I think, to go off, all of your points, really, there's an element, I think, of the stars kind of aligning. Like, I don't want to say coincidence, because I think that makes it seem very random. And I don't think that it was random any of the way that either of you all did. Jill, to a certain extent, but I don't think that the randomness does it justice. I think it was a bit of predetermination and a bit of all three of kind of you all happening upon Moton in the way that you did. So for me personally, so my dad was locked out of schools. And so I knew that history growing up, but I didn't know before. I had never heard really of Barbara John's, similar to Takeen, when I was growing up, the museum wasn't quite open yet. We opened in 2001. So, by the time I'm getting out of elementary school, going into middle, and, it still wasn't, it certainly wasn't what we know it as today. So we didn't really interact that much. So it really wasn't until college, really, that I had my first kind of formal exposure to this. And I was like, who, how do I not know more about this? Certainly the school closures I did, because a lot of, and I'm sure Taki might have a similar experience, and a lot of the people who worked at Prince Edward County schools, a decent amount were themselves impacts of the school closures. So I had a few teachers, and I remember, and I was telling the story the other day, I remember during Black History Month, every year a lot of our teachers would form a choir, and they would sing, lift their voice and sing. And it didn't, the significance and the weight of that song in general, but then the people who were singing it didn't ever really click until I was much older, because as a child, they're just like, yeah, go ahead, y'all doing that singing thing again, whatever. But like, looking back, I'm just like, whoa, like these group of people who were impacted by this history here, who are singing this song that means so much to people who look like me. I get goosebumps thinking about those connections of like, man, I wish I took it a little bit more seriously back in the day. But for me, it really wasn't until college, which is unfortunate. But I do think we do a better job today of really kind of getting that message out there, getting the history out there. So to pivot just a little bit, you've all kind of mentioned this a bit, but I want to just talk to you all for a minute about how do you all define community? And then what is the importance of Moton, the idea of Moton, the museum itself, the physical building? What is the importance of the museum Moton to the broader community?
I'll jump in real quick then. I will say, I think community is, for me, again, our personal definitions, correct? I think where one feels that overwhelming sense of belonging. It could be geographical, it could be with a particular group, it could be, wherever or whoever. But I think it's where you feel that sense of connectedness, where you don't have to fit in, but where you feel like this is home, even if it's not home. As far as the significance of the Moton Museum, I think what really always strikes me every time I go to the Moton Museum is that at any given moment as I'm walking through the museum, I'm standing in a place where history took place. I could be standing in a place where Barbara Johns herself stood. And that's, I think that's what makes Moton different to me than a lot of other museums, is that I'm standing in the room where it happened, right? And I think that's what continues to inspire me each time I go in there, even if it's not to take a tour. Like I said, if we're hosting an event or doing something with students, just to know that I'm in a place where something nation-changing took place. That's what stands out to me each time I step foot in the Moton Museum.
To kind of continue where Quincy left off, because he said belonging, and I was like, okay, I was going to say belonging, but community to me, by definition in my spirit, involves like minds coming together. I have a very strong belief that like minds, they build. It's my line, but I didn't create it. A sense of people who have come together, who have a sense of fellowship, shared interests, shared goals. But I really think what's important is we have to realize a community is a group of individuals who really rely on each other to function. A sense of unity is necessary. So when we have individual silos within the community, those are considered breaches, because we're all one. We are in this together, and I believe community relies on that. Anyone who is in proximity to one another, we are relying on one another to exist, to function, to flourish, and fellowship plays a very huge part in that. In regards, one of the importance of Moton is that, and even if in my travels, people may not realize it, and they're realizing it more and more, that it is a safe place. It is a safe place where you can come and learn. And I'm gonna use that word fellowship again, because it invites people to break bread together, to have difficult conversations. It gives people creative inspiration. I mean, so many authors have been supported by Moton for their books, and artists, and all forms of art, all forms of learning. It is a place where when I have an event, they actually, I didn't initially choose Moton, but I was in a bind and they just stepped in and made it happen. But so many different groups were present and they felt safe there. And so I will say that's what Moton does for the community. One aspect it does for the community, yes.
Yeah, community for me, definitely want to echo that sentiment about belonging, but also I think one thing that's really important is that you don't always have to agree and still be in community with one another. And I think that's been one of the powerful things about Moton. I think it served as a place of healing for people who were, as cliche as this has become, but people who are on both sides of the travesty of not educating students in Prince Edward County from 59 to 64. I remember being at one of the brown bag lunches several years ago now, and we had some difficult conversations. I think this was probably like the summer of 2014, so this was in the height of the Ferguson protests. And during this like brown bag luncheon, we had a student, a former Prince Edward County student who graduated 2000, 2001, but he talked about how he believed that he ran for student body president, student government, and the election was rigged against him. And there was a woman there who began to cry, and she validated something that he had thought for, at that time, 12 or 13 years. And she said that it did happen because she was part of it. And it was just amazing to see him finally put down that burden. And for her, it looked like she was liberated by just acknowledging that it had happened. And she said, I never realized that something that we thought was so trivial could have affected you, and you were still thinking about it to this day. And, I think that's just a testament to the fact that Moton is this place that I think people genuinely respect. And so people let their guards down, they put down their preconceived notions when they hit the door, and folks are willing to listen, to learn, and to actually talk with each other. And so I guess, what was it now, 2019 came in, I was part of the conversation there, one of the initial conversations there about a formal apology from Fuqua. And I thought that was, I was just thankful to be in there that day and play a small role in that, but really to just have my two ears listening to people like Mr. Reed and Mr. and Mrs. Walker talk about like the pain, and then for Fuqua to say, hey, like, it's time for us to truly acknowledge the harm that we've done to this community. And I think that was a big step, because for far too long, our community has ignored that anything ever happened. And then some people say, hey, we should just move on. And you don't truly address a problem. Like in the 12 steps of recovery, I used to be a substance abuse counselor. Like step one is that you have to acknowledge it, right? And I think that's one of the big things here when we talk about truly healing and forgiveness. We have to start from the same sheet of music and say, hey, there was a problem and this is where we go from here.
Yeah, and it's important that you bring that up, Takeem, because I think back to the mid-late 90s. Granted, I wasn't paying attention at that point, but when this building stops, it stops being used as a school. And so there's talks of, what is this going to become, right? Is it going to be torn down and turned into a parking lot? Is it going to be a residence hall? Is it going to become a Denny's? Who knows, right? But there was talk of it no longer being the space, and the foresight of community members, Martha Forrester Council of Women, to recognize that this is an important space. They could see backwards and see what the space was, but also to be able to see forward and what this place could potentially become. And so to see kind of that, and all the issues of purchasing this building and such, to now, which we can be a place where people from all different kind of ideologies, all different backgrounds, all different races, religions, et cetera, can come together and talk and communicate and have these difficult conversations, is just an amazing thing to have witnessed part of, by being here. I remember my first kind of formal involvement with the museum. I was an intern in college, and so I was interning here, and that was around the time of, and Taki, I'm sure you remember this, and maybe Quincy as well, about talking about the partnership between Longwood and the museum, and there was tremendous pushback, to say the least. In fact, one of my first tasks was to just stand at the video camera and record one of the public meetings, and I was like, what did I get myself into? I remember thinking, man, and then the battery died. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna soak it all in, because it was intense. But just to go from that point, to now, And certainly it's slowed during COVID, but still to be the place where we can have those type of conversations and bring together all different types of people to be on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail, to be in marketing materials for Prince Edward County and town of Farmville. I mean, that's just not something that would have happened 10, 15 years ago, so I just think that's amazing. But my tangents aside, I will keep going, but I appreciate all of you all's answers, very insightful. And this, I think, has the potential to be very insightful as well. So kind of going into contemporary, modern times, what are some of the biggest issues that you all think that our community either specifically, small scale or broadly faces? And this can be just something that all of you all do work with specific populations, well, not specific, but broad populations. But what are some big issues, your big issues that you're passionate about that kind of exist in the community, kind of as you defined it, or broader than that today?
Well, I'll start here. I think one of the big issues is education, of course. And so in some ways, here we are, 71 years from the student walkout, and we're still dealing with it's repeating itself. Contrary to popular belief, the students didn't walk out to desegregate schools in Prince Edward County. And that's something I try to share all over the Commonwealth. The students, from my research, the students walked out protesting the separate and unequal conditions. And so, throughout the Commonwealth now, we still have divisions with separate and unequal conditions, right? And the conditions of the Prince Edward County Public Schools are deplorable. I think that's the nicest way I can put it. And so, beyond the physical structure of schools, I don't think we are in the Commonwealth. I don't think we're doing the best job of educating our students, and there leaves much to be desired there. So, education is a big one, and I think the other thing in our community is the economy and jobs. And so how do we find ways to truly help people help themselves? And, I think those two things are intertwined. When I worked for a business in Prince Edward County, it was extremely difficult to recruit outsiders to come to the community because of the condition of the schools and school rankings. And so sometimes we couldn't get our top 3 candidates, and sometimes we had to take the 4th candidate, or we had to, we could only hire people who didn't have children. Those were the only people who were willing to come to Prince Edward County, because they would read and say, well, I don't think Fuke was a great fit for my kids because of the history, and I don't think Prince Edward will meet my children's needs. And so I think we're gonna have to make some investments in our schools, and I think that will dovetail to a lot of other things we need in Prince Edward County and Greater Farmville.
And I exhale. My actions, we are actually focusing on those areas that are a concern to me in the community. I am the coalition lead for the Piedmont Alliance for the Prevention of Substance Abuse. Our catchment area is the Piedmont region. We are currently building the coalition to include the 12 plus sectors. And so it has afforded us the opportunity to be at the table where the centrist needs assessment was discussed. And substance abuse is very important to our coalition. Our focus, the members are all speaking about the youth and substance misuse and the availability of prevention services, treatment, and recovery services in the area, which really we don't have a very strong presence or place to send folks. The housing crisis is a concern. Being a member of the South Central Virginia nonprofit network and working with STEPS and their homeless task force, trying to really having to build something to tackle the homeless situation in our region, because I believe we lost a homeless shelter that serviced our region not too long ago. And so that definitely has put our community in flux. Affordable housing seems to be a challenge. So we're all working together to being able to be at the table of some very powerful, like-minded individuals and watching the process of them recognizing that this is a challenge, but also recognizing that our community is in denial of some of these challenges. And if I could go back in regards to substance misuse and mental health, community readiness and coalition effectiveness is a theme for us this year. But we're finding that, again, there is a denial about the seriousness of the opioid use with the decriminalization of marijuana has brought up awareness with the high THC chronic usage amongst our youth, Delta 8 and Delta 10 products being sold right in our local gas stations or close proximity to schools or places where there's youth. So right now, where we would like to see homelessness, affordable housing, an increase in substance misuse and mental health services for youth and families. And people are diligently working on these issues that are a very serious passion for me right now, but also the transportation issue. Because once solutions are established, we got to get folks there. And so that's being tackled as well. So, just reaching out to the community, encouraging the community to get involved, to speak up, to participate in these assessments and surveys, because I don't even think transportation made top 10 after the needs assessment. But we're working on it. And I say we very loosely, I'm meaning the very strong group of nonprofits. Again, it's a South Central Virginia nonprofit network. It's about 25 of our larger nonprofits are involved with that. But these are the community passions that we're focusing on in my little bubble. And I do hope that we can get the support, continued support from everyone to be involved in that.
Yeah, I would echo what both Jill and Takeen said in terms of their ideas of things that need to change. I would also add to that list. And again, I'm not steeped, so please feel free to jump in and correct me if I'm speaking out of turn or my facts are outdated. But I would also say the last time I looked at some of the numbers for voter engagement, I think that we could definitely, there's some ways that could be addressed as well. And I say that not solely for the purpose of going out and exercising your right to vote, but also making your voice heard. And I say that in terms of local elections. I'm not sure what the numbers are for state and national elections, but the last time I looked at some things locally, it was like, I'm sure there are a lot more people in this area than than who turned out to vote. And I think that by exercising that right and making your voice heard and showing up in that way, that could at least start the process of addressing some of the other things that we've been talking about, whether it be for substance abuse or economic and education advancements as well. Again, I'm going to pivot to Longwood just a bit, but one of the things that I see is that if you look at Longwood, even including the Moton Museum here more recently, there's a triangle. And it seems like there's not really a lot of thinking outside of the triangle. And what I mean when I say that is, it seems like when we were on campus, we're focused on all things Longwood. We're not focused on the community in which Longwood exists. Like to use a word that Jill said earlier, there's a silo there. When you have folks that see themselves as Longwood students and not sort of members of the Farmville Prince Edward community during their time while they're on campus, you tend to not really see community. You don't feel that sense of belong. I don't belong to this community. I don't belong to this county. I only do my thing on Longwood's campus, and then after that, I don't really have any other responsibilities. I have my grievances with the use of the word townie. So again, things like that, right? So I guess I'm saying a lot just to say, how do we bridge that? How do we get people to be involved and to care about the time that you're spending here? How do you give back? What is your responsibility to this community? It's not just here to be a sponge and just soak up. but how do we create a reciprocal relationship in which I can learn from the community which I'm existing outside of this triangle, outside of this Longwood triangle, but also give of my talents. How can I leave my mark? I'm here for 4 or 5 years. You know, some people choose to stay longer than that, whatever the case may be. But what do I do to give of myself to this place that I'm here, gaining so much from?
Definitely, and I appreciate that. I mean, and the silos, yeah, that's a big issue. You know, on campus, outside of campus, people just don't. I don't know. We're all in the sandbox and we're all in our respective corners instead of trying to pull together resources, and especially if we have common goals. I mean, that's always kind of a big issue. So my last kind of question, and it kind of dovetails a bit off of this previous question, and I've reworked it a little bit, so I know y'all got them beforehand, but I'm tweaking it a little bit. So look forward to 2051, and the reason I picked that year, that's the 100th anniversary of the student walkout of 1951. And so looking forward, that's 29 years from now. Where do you hope to see this community in that time period? Where in 2051 do you hope that we are with regards to the issues you mentioned, or other issues, or what progress do you hope that we will have made by then? What changes, and is there a way in which Moton can assist with that potentially? So where do you hope that we will be broadly as a community in 2051? And really, do you see a way in which Moton can assist or help to get to that point? And then let me, I'll start, because I know I changed the last question a little bit, so I want to give you a moment to think. I mean, for me, I'm very similar to Takeen. Education is probably top of my list. I won't go into huge detail in case he wants to. But education is probably my first and foremost thing. Like Jill mentioned, affordable housing. Quincy mentioned silos, right? And working together. I mean, I really hope that the museum in 29 years from now can be a place where you come to learn history, you can come to continue have those conversations and advance narratives, and to talk about these issues that are persisting, some of which we do now, but I'm always conscious of the people who are not coming into the museum, right? I'm very conscious for programs, for tours, and whatever else, because for so many of these programs and events, it's great. We have a lot of different people who think a lot of different ways. However, these are not necessarily the people who need to be here. Everybody needs to be here, certainly, but I'm very conscious of those viewpoints. The people who wanted the schools to close down, right? Like, what about them? What about that ideology? What about that mindset? I would love to get some people in there, even if they disagree with me, right? And that's fine. But to continue to have those conversations and to talk about how those issues have evolved into the issues that we have now. Hopefully by 2051, which is very weird to say, we won't continue to be talking about the exact same things we're talking about today. Hopefully some things have improved. But I see Moton to continue to be the anchor of the community, where people can come and have those conversations, and to talk, and to hopefully come up with some action items to fix some of these issues. I mean, I would love, on a museum side of things, for Moton to be the scholarly hub for civil rights during this era. Like, I would love for people from New York, from California, from Florida, from wherever across the country, across the world, when like, okay, I want to come study civil rights movement and the broader implications that might have on a community, for Moton to be one of the first names that they mentioned. I mean, I don't think that we're that far off. It's just about accumulating the resources, but the stories are there. The history is there. The implications are here, right? So what better case study than to use Prince Edward County as that for plenty of people who are studying this history to come. And I would love for Moton to be the repository for that history, kind of broadly and locally. And I want Prince Edward County history to be here in Prince Edward County. So if we want to study that, I want people to have to come here to do that. So anyways, hopefully I've given enough time to process a bit, because I know I did tweet the question, but I think Jill is unmuted. So if you want to go ahead, Jill.
2051. I would like to see that we would have established a consistent continuum of care for community members who are living with mental health and substance misuse disorders, that there is a safe place to go, and this place has something for everyone, a place to recuperate and recover, that the community is cleaned up so those in recovery can apply their second chances. I would love to see established facilities for the homeless, an improved process with our access to healthy foods, but primarily for our youth, that that holistically, anything that is associated with that youth, that they have proper homes, a proper school, proper programs to keep them busy, to give them choices. These things exist now, but not everyone has access. Not everyone is able to take advantage. I know that the Farmville Rec has returned the summer camps. I would like to see down the road where they receive the funding, where youth can participate at no cost. Or that there are a larger amount of scholarships so that they may participate. And then I'd love to see an improved transportation system where the rural can get to their doctor's appointments and the jobs that are available but out of the area, or out of not walking distance from where they live because we're so spread out. I would like to see the homeless village that's being proposed right now in place, not just transitional housing, but their semi-permanent housing that they're proposing. So that would be an amazing piece to see our community functioning as one. That would be awesome.
Well, Kanan, it's funny that you, when you were sharing your ideas, I kept thinking, man, he and I are of like mind on this. For a little while now, I've always thought to myself, what if we were to have a civil rights and social justice research center somewhere in town? And how great that would be for us to kind of bring that national attention, but also cement ourselves as that hub that you were mentioning. This is a place that you can come to and do good quality research on something that kind of predated the civil rights movement as we know it, correct? So I think about that often. Of course, it could boost retention along with whatever the case may be. But I really just think about what it could do for the community, a place for folks to kind of come and learn more about it. Something that continues to stick out in my mind is I used to be a mentor when I was at Longwood as well. Again, long time ago. And now we mentor specifically young men who were who were thinking about life after they graduated from Prince Edward County High School, whether it be going into the workforce, pursuing trade, or choosing school. And so one of the days we kind of had it outlined to talk about the history of Prince Edward County. And the young man didn't know who Barbara Johns was. And that kind of stuck out to me. I have no idea how I handled it in the moment. So forgive me if I didn't handle that the best. But that stuck out to me as well. Like I've been here for a year, 2 years, and have kind of, immersed myself into at least trying to learn more about what took place here. And this person may have not been exposed to it, or maybe just for whatever reason did not know who Barbara Johns was, or the significance of what she did, or the Moton Museum. So kind of since then, I've been kind of thinking to myself, what would it look like to have a resource like that on somewhere in Farmville, somewhere in Prince Edward, where both of our K-12 schools can come and learn more about it. Certainly Moton could have a huge hand in it. Longwood, Hampton, Sydney. But again, overall, like you said, just that national attention to, again, just what took place here and why it's so significant. And we can focus on the past. Again, in 2051, a lot of time will have passed, and what can we do to kind of try to path forward in the future as well.
So, one of the pie in the sky ideas that I have for Prince Edward County, I think that we should have a scholarship available for students who graduate from Prince Edward County Public Schools to attend any institution of higher learning, any public institution of higher learning in the Commonwealth for free. And there are other places around the country that have similar programs, but I think in a place where students were denied an education, and then the intergenerational impact of that plays a monumental role in where we are today. And so I think, unfortunately, so many people say, oh, we should just move on, but it's kind of like playing the game of Monopoly, right? And let's say the three of y'all playing the game of Monopoly for a few hours, and then I come in and y'all say, oh, you should play Monopoly with us, but y'all have bought up all the property. And so we aren't starting from the equal playing field, right? And I think in Prince Edward County, when we say, oh, these kids should be able to learn, I think that's easy to say if you came home or we say, oh, parents should do more to help their children learn. It's like, that's easy for you to say if you have a parent who could read or write, who weren't denied an education. And so I think that intergenerational impact is really, really huge. And, I think there are some opportunities in Prince Edward for us to build bridges between the community and the institutions of higher learning that we have locally. And so I'd love for us to strengthen the partnerships there. As Kanan alluded to earlier, it was really testy when a conversation was being held in the community about entering the partnership with Longwood. And so a lot of those people who were extremely reluctant, I think, are really proud of that partnership now. And I think that we can build off of some of those things. Economically, as kind of talked about earlier, education is going to play a big role in it. But anyone who ever listens to me, I tell them that Prince Edward County is at the epicenter of American progress. And if you think about so many of the monumental things that have happened in America, a lot of them have happened within a 30-mile radius of Prince Edward, from Senator Bruce to Israel Hill to Brown v. Board, not to mention the Battle of Sailors Creek, and then the surrender in Appomattox. And so I think that we can really lean into that and say, hey, we shouldn't wait for the rest of the country to do this. We've been trailblazers since our inception, and it's time for us to blaze a new trail. And we can talk about some synergistic work centers, some creative co-ops. I think there are a lot of opportunities to really do some innovative things with recreation, as Jill was alluding to. But overall, I'm extremely excited. I'm grateful for the things that have happened in my 33 years. And Prince Edward County has come a mighty long way. And, I think that's a testament to a lot of different people and their leadership. And I think that we should not become stagnant or complacent, and we should continue pushing the envelope and doing things that our community needs.
That's brilliant. I appreciate all of your words, and I appreciate all the work that you all are doing in the community, because certainly I don't think a lot of this progress happens without people like yourselves who are willing to commit to fixing the issues that the community might face. And yeah, you all are doing the work. So hopefully this will inspire more people to, even if they don't know how to start, but to also figure out how they can help to do the work as well. So this has been really, really a great panel. I wanted to give you all a last chance to, if you had anything to say in closing, if you had anything to share in terms of projects and such. And then if you wanted to also maybe share social media or how people can kind of stay, follow you, stay in contact with you and things like that, or a website or anything, that's totally up to your preference. But closing statements and then how people can stay up to date with what you're doing or programs I might have. And I saw Jill, I think she had her hand raised.
Thank you. I got kind of hasty there. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I wanted to kind of touch on Moton's involvement in the community, from me being the outsider coming in and kind of learning the people and establishing the relationships. Just the powerful, just over the past, through the pandemic, even in the past few months, we have community members who have dedicated their lives on the barriers that are preventing our youth from taking advantage of the programs and services that are in place, that are available. The role that United Community Nexus plays in trying to connect people to resources and things like that. But Moton, you guys invest in our entrepreneurial booms by allowing people to come and propagate their message and services in the museum. You have invested and sponsored various programs and events. You have shown up and been present in the community and supported from the Juneteenth programs to just pick anything, just seeing your faces. And it makes it easier for people like me to be able to give, well, examples when folks say, well, no one cares about us. Yes, they do. You guys are on the list of folks who have definitely gone above and beyond your mandate to look after the underserved population and the locals and so on. And so I appreciate and value and pray that that continues, and that you guys need the resources so that you can continue to be there for us. The PAPSA Coalition, as I had mentioned before, focusing on, again, those barriers that prevent and affect people's quality of life. And substance misuse has a lot of outcomes that come from that. You can go to school and you can learn amazing things, but then when you go home, having to manage whether there's food in the house, or whether your parents are present, whether you have transportation, or whether it's anything to do, and the negative influence of those who are indulging in opioid use, marijuana use, so on and so forth. So for Moton, to definitely continue to support our efforts in getting the word out in regards to programs and services, that'd be amazing. And in closing, there are, I think Hampton Sydney has a program. I don't want to misspeak. We were listening to the president at one of our Lions Club lunches, and he was sharing that seniors from Prince Edward County are able to take classes, certain classes, for free. And when I heard that, I was trying to figure out, thinking, well, I thought I knew everything. I don't know everything. We need to kind of do better with that that network of information, because if funding is out there, if programs are out there, if opportunities are out there, we need a single hub to share that information, and then those people take that into the areas that are not easily accessible so that they can know what's available. I would love to see some collaborations in helping making that happen. One of the ways to keep in touch with us right now is on social media. So check out Piedmont Alliance for the Prevention of Substance Abuse on Facebook. You can also check out United Community Nexus on Facebook. April 16th, we have a youth prevention, drug prevention event taking place at the sports arena in Farmville. If anyone's interested in providing any kind of support, or if you want to love on or speak to the youth, at this point, we're looking at approximately 60 youth have committed to attending, and we reached out to the youth groups. I don't know if you know, this area has about 7 youth groups, and their populations do not blend. So bringing them all together and seeing everyone come together is amazing. We do need help getting the school systems to want to support such an effort, but we have collaborated with the Virginia Army National Guard, local police, as well as state police and Richmond police and Commonwealth attorney's offices out of Nottoway and Crossroads. And so we've got a nice gambit of people who want to love on our youth. And we would love to have someone like Takeem Cooper come and speak to us. But, you know, I'm just saying, thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you all.
Yeah, I would just say in terms of final thoughts, thanks, Kana, for thinking of us over here at Longwood and bringing us into the mix. Thanks for such thought-provoking questions. I did not have those answers readily available, so thanks for asking those and kind of getting the juices flowing this morning. In terms of staying up to date with what we've got going on, first and foremost, while our office may be under the umbrella of Longwood, we try our best to open up everything that we do to anyone who wants to come, so that you don't have to be a part of Longwood community, be a part of community period, and just come in and join us. I think that the diversity of thought we can all benefit from. So be on the lookout for those opportunities. So how you can kind of keep up with those opportunities, Longwood's website, if you just type in multicultural affairs or diversity and inclusion, our office should pop up. We try to keep that populated with things we've got going on. If you're on social media, we are, on Instagram at Longwood_OMA. With those, that is always populated with what we've got going on. We've got interns who are a little younger than I am, who are into the gadgets and things. So there's that. And the same goes for our Twitter. So if you're looking for us on Twitter as well, it's that same thing, Longwood_OMA. But you can also, like I said, just go to our website if you're not on social media. Yeah, thank you again for your time.
Kanan, thank you so much and the Moton Museum, thank you so much for having us this morning. Much like Quincy, I did not look at the questions in advance, so you caught me off guard a little bit. But thank you so much for having us. Jill, point taken. Send me an invite. I'm happy to come. But I'm the only Takeem Cooper in the world, so I'm easily accessible on any form of social media. And you can follow my work, Virginia Excels. You can follow our website, virginiaexcels.org. And I'm happy to support and help in any way that I can.
Sincerely, thank you all for being here, and thanks to our viewers. I'm gonna in post, I'll add your handles and stuff. I can do that way people can see those a bit easier. But thank you all so much for watching this session, and more stuff to come. Thanks. Have a great day.
Why do I love the Moton Museum? Well, I've been there quite a few times, and one, the people there are amazing, and then two, it's a piece of history that people don't see unless they come to Farmville, or people don't see unless they really know about, civil rights, and they know where it really started. So it's just a blessing to have right down the street. So of course I love that place.
Moton Museum, because I use the word monument again. It is a monument. It is a testament of the really hard truths that happened, not just in America, not just in the next state, not in the next town over, but right here under our noses. You know, it's a monument sitting there waiting to be explored, waiting for people to explore the hard truths that some people our age and younger had to go through because of unfortunate situations like systemic oppression, racism, and you name it. So the Moton Museum is important because, especially in a small town such as Farmville and in a really small rural town like this, a lot of students have not encountered something as direct as the Moton Museum. In high school, whenever we take trips or we learn about the Holocaust Museum, slavery, we go elsewhere to witness that. But in Farmville, you go 10 minutes down the road, 5 minutes down the road, and you are encountered with what happened in the very town that you are walking in. So I just love that it's a living monument that students are able to be introduced to. Really, as freshmen, that's when we're introduced to it. And that helps us see our past and helps us move forward to create a better future.
I feel like the Moton Museum is a great place for Longwood students as well as people in the community to come together to learn about the history of the area, as well as bring people from all sorts of different backgrounds together for the greater good.
Why I love the Moton Museum, first of all, I love the people that work there and the staff. They do a great job like showing like what the museum is, and definitely like how detailed each room is at the Moton Museum is amazing. Especially like the videos that they show and the pictures, the photography, the like everything there. It's just great to learn more about Farmville's history and wanting to show other people and bring them to the Moton to educate them.
So I really respect the Moton Museum for a lot of ways. I think that it's really important to like showcase like Farmville's like history, and because it's one thing to just have like, you know, like a social media page or a website about it, but I think just making it like more of like a tangible, like physical museum that you can go see, and like they have so many like different, you know, interactive like elements to the museum. So I just feel like just being able to like go and actually see it and like how it's in, you know, like the school, like the old school. So I just feel like that's really important for like people in Farmville and the like other people too. But I feel like especially people in Farmville to like understand the history that like they're like living in.
I mean, I definitely like the history and stuff, and I like that that's the actual building that where like all that history took place. Well, unfortunately, I just haven't had the time to go, but definitely a bucket list thing before I graduate.
I care about the Moton Museum because it's rich in Black history. It shows a lot about what happened during the Civil Rights Movement, and I'm really into that. I'm not sure if you know, but my grandfather's brother was a Black Panther. So Black nationalism and all of that stuff is big in my family. So I have a strong connection with that.
Hi, I'm Nicole Artavino, and I was one of the producers for the Reflections on the Moton video. My connection to the Moton is, I think, the fact that I am a Longwood student. I think Longwood has this special connection to the Moton Museum, and I think it's very important for everybody to educate themselves and visit the Moton at some point in their Longwood career. And that's part of the reason why I love it. I think the Moton has a very special connection to the entire Farmville community, and I highly suggest that people visit it and appreciate it, and I hope you guys enjoyed our video. Thank you.
I think what I truly do like about the Moton is I like how this small town has and recognizes its historical time and put it in a museum, because not a lot of places do have that are, you know, very huge historically. Some people overlook and some people you know, pass it, but this community doesn't. And I think that is the most important part. And I think one thing of how poetry can definitely help it is poetry speaks to what's happening today. I think any art does. And, you know, not everything in the Moton has to be just specifically about the museum or anything. You know, talking about race goes back to the Moton, how Farmville was affected about race. Talking about class goes back to the Moton and talking about, you know, about Farmville as well. You know, talking about gender, talking about homelessness, talking about education. That all goes back to what the Moton represents. A time where segregation really tore this community apart. It didn't just tear it apart because of racism, it tore it apart because of the value of education, the value of how people react to this town and everything. I think it goes beyond what many people imagine. I think poetry can help realize that and help connect it to the people again.
I love the history of the Moton. I just loved like going there and like seeing everything that's happened in the Motons. Before coming to Farmville, I didn't know that happened, everything that happened here. So being able to like go to Moton Museum, like we're able to tour around and see all the pictures and actually hear the audio, and just like love seeing the history and what happened here.
So I will be completely honest. I have only ever been in there a handful of times, but I think in a lot of the same ways, mind you, on completely different levels. I do work entirely as a hobby, and I confront my own traumas with it. When I look at the artwork that is specifically in the Moton, it is so, and again, this is coming from my brief interactions with the pieces. When I look at the art there, I feel very much that same sense of capturing one's feelings in that moment, capturing that feeling of trauma and the kind of adversities that those people were like forced to have to face. And in that they've captured that, and where I use my art to have a personal sense of self like reflection, I think a lot of the artwork in the Moton specifically has taken a feeling, taken a emotion, captured it, and doesn't just use it as a sense of self-reflection for the artists themselves, so much as it is also a way of presenting those feelings to others. So good reflection for all parties involved, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
The Moton Museum is just really, really cool. I love that it's such a local story, and you know, having this American history like in our backyard is just really cool. And being able to go and walk through and see all that, and the museum is just beautiful, so well designed. All of the graphics and pictures and everything in there is just really cool, and I love to walk through. I went there a couple times through class, and been there a couple times myself, and it's just really cool to walk through. It never gets old. It's always find something new in the museum to look at, or you know, you find your favorite spot and sit there and just look at the pictures and all of that sort of stuff. It's really cool.
So I love Moton because when I first came here to Longwood freshman year for the honors retreat, we went, and I didn't know there was anything like that because I know Longwood's a PWI, so it was just very interesting. It was very, very, very interesting to know that there was something like it by Longwood, and I think it's so important for African American students and all minorities to kind of have that, to be able to go to, and it's a good resource, especially because Longwood is a PWI. So I think it's such an important educational thing, but also like it's so cool to know that African Americans and minorities are just represented in the whole. So yeah, we love you, Moen.
Listen to me now. Listen now. Listen to me now. The words that I have said, they didn't mean nothing. Listen now. Listen to me now. Now. Hey. People come and go like seasons, and we wonder why. Sometimes the weather around us seems like a lie. Wonder why. Maybe the wind won't push me into the direction I choose. And maybe you'll just realize that nothing we should lose. Are you listening? Listen to me now. Listening. Listen to me now. The words that I have said, they didn't mean nothing. Listening. Listen to me now, now. Part of me wants you to see my growth, but part of me wish you would never know everything I've done. Part of the reason I've been here, you wish I never won. Now everything just seems so clear. Are you listening? Listen to me now. Listening. Listen to me now. The words that I have said, they didn't mean nothing. Listening. Listen to me now. Now. Are y'all listening? Listen to me now. Now. So that was Are You Listening? So the second song is called Loner. It plays so beautifully, I swear.
Friends, welcome back. I'm Cam Patterson, Executive Director here at the Moton Museum, and we are so excited that you have decided to spend your day with us as we have brought Moton Live 2022 to you. I want to thank you all for engaging with our programming throughout the day. We've had some amazing keynotes, some amazing panel discussions. We've had some amazing content segments throughout the day. And I hope that you have been fulfilled as you have gained an understanding of the impact and important work that we are doing here at the museum. I want to thank you for the support that you've shared. Your support makes the difference as we continue to carry forward our work here at the museum. I just want to share that in 2021, we had an opportunity to make a profound impact thanks to your support. We were able to facilitate 17 community and outreach programs. We were able to put together 27 lectures and digital programs. We were able to work with 74 K-12 schools, and we were able to impact individuals from 26 states and the District of Columbia. Again, the impact that we are having is due to the support that you continue to share, and we are so grateful. When I checked in with the team, I was told some great news that we have surpassed $40,000 raised today. We have a goal of $60,000, and we're going to continue to work towards that goal. And we need your help as we continue to do that. So share with your friends, share with your family about Moton Live, and encourage them to support the museum. If you missed the content today, know that the content will remain housed on our museum website and our museum YouTube page. So feel free to go back and take a look at that. Again, today we have been so grateful for the support of our various sponsors, and I do want to take a moment to highlight them once again. I want to thank our benefactor sponsors, Letterpress Communications, the Andy Taylor Center, sponsored by Dr. Jane Taylor, and Prince Edward County. Our community benefactor sponsors, Southside Electric Cooperative, and our bridge builder sponsors, Benchmark Community Bank, the Farmers Bank, the College of Education, Health, and Human Services, the Call Me Mr. program, Speech, Hearing, and Learning Services, Fuqua School, and Sands Anderson Law. Thank you to our sponsors. And again, the Moton Museum and the work that we do here is all about preserving the history of Prince Edward County as it relates to civil rights and education. Where I stand, over 70 years ago, a group of students led by 16-year-old Barbara Johns decided to stand on this very stage and convince 450 of her classmates to walk out of school in protest of better school facilities. We are grateful to stand on the legacy of those students and the courageous actions that they took. We stand on the shoulders of those that were impacted by the school closings. And we're grateful to be able to tell this story, to preserve this history, and to be caretakers and stewards of this important place. Your support allows us to continue this important work. We have been incredibly grateful for the support that you shared today. And know that even though our programming ends at 4 today, Moton Live continues. You can watch the content. You can continue to make a contribution as we work to meet our goal of $60,000 raised. And again, those funds raised support our mission of educating regarding the local history of Prince Edward County. There's so many folks that I want to thank that have helped to make today possible. I want to thank, first and foremost, the staff here at the Moton Museum. I want to thank Kanan Townsend, our Associate Director and Director of Education and Outreach, who has led our content efforts for today's Moton Live program. I want to thank Michaela Jennings, a student at Longwood University, who has helped us to produce various segments that you've seen today. I want to thank Cherie Atkins, our Guest Services Coordinator, Leah Brown, our Assistant Director for Education, and I want to thank our Moton Council and our Moton Museum Board of Trustees. Again, Moton Live, this has been a fun and exciting day, and we're looking forward to continuing into the evening. Thank you.